Welcome to our Provo Municipal Council meeting. This is a work session. It's Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. It is 12:02 p.m. to be exact. And this meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. On December 10th, 2020, in accordance with Utah Code 52-4-2074, Council Chair George Handley determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location, such as the Municipal Council chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I have made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. Utah is currently subject to Utah Public Health Order 2020-26, which limits the size of public gatherings and which requires people to face coverings and follow social distancing guidelines. Utah County is currently listed as having a high level of coronavirus transmission, and physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo City Municipal Council chamber and other meetings. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, David Sewell, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. This meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council, and also streaming for the council's Facebook page from the council's Facebook page at facebook.com/Provo Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing and live streamed from the council's Facebook page. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. I will state the names of those present, and after that, I will invite Mr. Dave Shipley to offer our opening prayer. So I am George Handley, Council Chair. I'm joined by Dave Harding, Vice Chair, and other council members, Dave Shipley, Dave Sewell, Travis Hoban, Shannon Ellsworth, and Bill Fillmore. Did I get everybody? I think the faces just jumped around on my screen, but hopefully that was everybody. And also from the council, we're also joined by Wayne Parker, Chief Administrative Officer. I believe Brian Jones will be joining us shortly from, he is here, Council Attorney. And we'll be joined, I'm sure, by the mayor shortly as well. And we're also supported by staff and Cliff Strachan, our executive director. Sorry, forgot to mention Cliff. Anyway, I think that's everybody. So Mr. Shipley, go ahead and offer the prayer, please. Thank you.
Our dear Father in heaven, we thank thee for an opportunity to meet. We thank thee for an opportunity to serve. We thank thee for the progress that has been made in the fight with the COVID illness, and please bless all those that are logistically trying to help us to distribute and receive the immunizations as fast as possible, that they can have that help and guidance and continue to have that help in continuing their research and their fight. We thank thee for all those that are working so hard right now to help us as citizens of this community, and please bless them and their efforts. We thank thee for all that thou hast given us and for this season of the year, and we ask a blessing upon all of us to see needs that we can help and lift others around us. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions. Unless otherwise invited by the chair, I invite you to use the raise hand function to indicate that you would like to speak, and to wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. We'll begin with item number 1. We're pleased to have with us representatives from the BYU campus for a presentation regarding COVID-19 updates. We're joined by Julie Hatchett, BYU Community Relations Manager, and Mike Roberts, Alumni and External Relations Managing Director. We thank you both for being with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you and looking forward to having an opportunity to address any of your questions about the topics we'll be presenting today. I thought it would be helpful if you go ahead and move to the next page. There we go. Just by way of introduction, I've been with BYU for 18 years, and in my role as the Community Relations Manager for the university for the past 5.5 years. And in that time, we were able to establish the Community Relations Committee. And just to remind you, the purpose of that committee is to provide a conduit or a point of contact for external entities, government, nonprofits, organizations like that, for us to be able to collaborate together and then coordinate any kind of involvement or response or participation. And so just wanted to remind you about what that committee is about. We meet monthly, and most recently, we've been able to collaborate with Provo City on Masquerade campaign, just as an example of one of those kinds of issues that was brought to the committee and that we helped facilitate participation. We had our BYUSA president. I know Nicole Martin from Provo City was successful in coordinating with Y Digital, which is an online or social media marketing group on campus. And that's just an example of how we are collaborating together. And we report back to the city on a monthly basis with meetings with the mayor, and then quarterly, we're distributing some notable updates and information in the form of a newsletter that we would typically send to the council. But thankfully, our presentation today is going to substitute for that regular email. As you may be aware, Steve Hafen has accepted a position and is now on the President's Council, and that created an opportunity for us to bring in a new person as the Managing Director, who serves as the chair for the Community Relations Committee. And it's my pleasure to hand off to Mike Roberts, who is the new Managing Director of Alumni and External Relations and the chair of the Community Relations Committee.
Great. Well, it's a great, actually honor to be able to come and meet each of you in this virtual setting. Maybe I'll just quickly give you a little bit of my background before we start some of the updates related to BYU. I've actually been at BYU 7 years. Prior to that, I was an executive at Hewlett-Packard for over 22 years. And then when I retired, came to BYU. I have been the assistant dean and the director of the Business Career Center in the Marriott School of Business, which has been an incredible opportunity for me to work with students, but also work with companies, both within the state, but across the country. And that was a great opportunity. And then I'm super excited about this new role I have. And it's been really great to get to know a lot of the main players in the community, and especially with Provo. So again, I look forward to being helping BYU be a great partner, great neighbor as we move forward. So let me give you a kind of a brief update on a couple items. So, the COVID has been a big topic for BYU this year. It started, last spring. I was in one of the colleges, so I felt that we were working very diligently to come up with plans, both in the near term with the spring and summer, but also then for the fall. We, In August, we implemented a phased return of the students to BYU on-campus housing. We did hybrid classes that combined in-person and remote learning. I would say by the end of the semester, a lot of the classes were basically either virtual or online. And then since Thanksgiving, they're all online as we wrap up our semester. So this week, actually, finals finish on Thursday, and school will be done for the holiday season. We've expanded the number of BYU online courses, which has actually been probably one of the positive things in this, is that it's helped us kind of push us in developing some new ways to engage with our students in the educational process. We've been doing testing. We've also been doing contact tracing in partnership with the Utah County Health Department. We've required masks throughout a campus, and we've made that a major priority. So if you come on campus, you'll see everybody in masks. And then we've also, as we've kind of moved forward, really tried to make sure in all our activities, pretty much all our student activities have been canceled or converted to a virtual setting. We've also tried to do anything else extracurricular to make sure that we were following all the guidelines put forth by the state as well as the city. So going forward, we will have the same plan in place for the winter semester. So we're going to be doing all the same things that I listed here as students come back, and they'll be starting back up school January 11th. Now, we will also be adding the requirements that the state has placed on doing additional testing beyond what we have been doing. And right now we are in process of working with the state to figure out what that's going to look like. The numbers per week has been bouncing around, so we're trying to figure out with the state on how to implement that in the winter semester. But President Worthen had just recently done a video that we sent out to our employees and students, reminding them to be cautious over the holiday in preparation to coming back in January. Again, we're going to be very, very diligent in helping control this. We do our best to make sure that as our students are off campus, they're adhering to these same guidelines and policies. We have a little less control when they're not on our campus. We've also been very transparent with our results. We have a website and you can go out and see our, daily counts. We've been diligent and transparent in that. In some ways, we feel like we've tried to make sure that everybody is aware of what we were doing. In some cases, our numbers looked high in comparison to other organizations. I don't know how they do their testing or tracking. But we felt like we were being as diligent as possible on that, and as well as working back with the mayor in various programs and communications as we kind of moved forward. So we hope that we have a great winter semester and that we were able to kind of transition into somewhat of a normal mode sometime in the summertime. It's been hard on a lot of our faculty and students. This mode of operation sounds like it'd be great, but it does limit some of the engagements we normally have with our students, which we desperately miss. So that's our update on COVID. The only other things that we were going to touch on, we do have the music building going. At this point in time, we have the foundation in, but at this point we're working closely with the planning committee. We don't have a final permit to start construction, so we're working on that. And we're also, the facilities group is working with the planning committee on the parking options, and there's multiple options that are in process right now. And I don't think there's been a final decision on that. And then the last thing that Julie and I wanted to touch on is enrollment. I think last time we came in, we presented, our enrollment was up in the fall by about 6%. That actually is very unique because many, many schools have seen their enrollment go down. Ours went up for a couple reasons. Typically, we would have a higher percentage of students that were accepted that would defer, and a lot of those would be going on missions. Many of those have decided to not defer and at least start their education at this point. And then we also had a large surge of students coming back earlier than we had anticipated because of the changes in the missionary work, especially international students. We are looking at a similar percent increase in the winter semester as we go forward. Julie, anything else you want to add?
No, just that we're tracking a little bit higher, and also because there's an increase in the number of online classes, we can accept a higher enrollment there as well. So that's just one more factor for why we're tracking and moving in the same at the same rate, but just a little higher numbers.
So George, should we just open it for questions at this point?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge the mayor has joined us. So I'm glad to have her with us. And maybe I'll start with a quick question and a brief comment. I saw an article, maybe some of you saw it as well, in the New York Times recently, just a couple of days ago, about college towns and coronavirus. And they sort of looks like a nationwide study that they've done. And they found that deaths from the coronavirus have doubled in counties with a large college population compared with a 50% increase in the rest of the nation. So even though few of the victims were college students, older people and others living and working in the community were among the victims who passed away. So I don't know what kind of, I suppose someday that we'll know what kind of statistics are relevant to our particular community. But I just share that with, I know the shared concern that you have, that we have, and the administration has, that we do our very best under the circumstances that are coming, because we're in winter. We're more likely to have students going indoors, and their behavior off campus, as has always been the concern, may drive infection rates in ways that none of us want. And so I guess my question would be, there was a little bit of struggle, as I recall, back in August, to sort of coordinate all of these efforts. Certainly on our end and on your end, we were trying to wrap our minds around, how do we get the message to these students right out of the gate, like literally as they're arriving on campus, as they're arriving at their apartment buildings, as they're attending their very first church service. Is there a way to give them a very strong, consistent, and clear message about what kinds of gatherings are appropriate and what kinds are not appropriate? And so I'm wondering if you've had any further conversations with the church about messaging that would be consistent across the student wards regarding, ward activities and gatherings of that kind.
So I have not had any interaction with any of the church leadership as it relates to like the single ward or the single stakes at this point. I know the President's Council, this is something that they've been talking about, and we will, continue to kind of work to make sure that communication gets out to our students. And now, a lot of times the church, a lot of these wards have not been in operation. It's been off and on. And so we're hoping that, we can actually work with them to make sure that we can actually adhere to the policies and procedures that are being put forth by the state and the city. We'll continue to work very close with both to adhere to that. And I think coming back, we will do as much communication as we can to make sure that we reinforce that the winter semester, we have the same concerns and risks, and we want our students to adhere to that. So we will continue to make that known to our students as they come back in January.
Thank you. I maybe just a follow-up comment, and this might be something for us to think about and work with the administration on. But I don't know if it would be possible to provide guidance and principles to landlords, in the dorms, in the off-campus housing. As you know, I'm an employee at the university, and I have always felt like the safest place for the students seemed to be on campus. I heard just wildly erratic varying stories about behavior off campus, in terms of, what people saw in their dorms or what people saw even in their own student wards. And that it was the lack of consistency that always seemed to grab my attention. It seemed like that requires more uniform, aggressive communication. And I know everyone's doing their best. I just feel quite anxious, as I know all of you do, about the upcoming months. Ms. Ellsworth has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious what percentage of classes have been online this last semester and what percentage of classes will be online next semester?
Yeah, I don't have the actual percentage. The amount of, what we would call hybrid is actually relatively small. I would say, and I don't have the exact percentage, but I would say a majority of the classes are, again, we have either virtual, where students are going to the class at the same time, but it would be on like a Zoom, or online, which is basically the material is provided to them and they can actually do the work based on their own schedule. And I would say a majority of the classes are really fall into those two categories. There are some classes that they felt were necessary, like in our MBA program and some other programs that did have the hybrid, but I would say a majority of them are actually in a virtual online capacity.
Okay. And can I ask you about the construction that you brought up? Were you talking about the music building on 9th East?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there's not a construction permit?
So I think there's only been permits for doing the footings and foundation at this point, based on what we have received back.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Harding?
Thank you. I actually wanted to thank BYU for their efforts in addressing the pandemic. I think we're very aware of the fluid situation, and I think all governments and institutions have struggled a little bit as the information changed and as the situation was evolving. And I think the numbers kind of show that at the start of the fall semester, there was a fairly significant surge in the numbers in Provo generally. And if you break out the kind of the BYU component of that, it showed that it was a sizable component of the overall that we saw in Provo. But then again, Provo was probably higher than the average in the nation. And so it's possible that some of these students were infected once they got to Provo because of the community, that it was in the community already. And then they take it back to their dorms and in some of those situations. And then, it spreads there and then goes back out to the community. But since that time, I've felt like BYU went above and beyond and did some great things, as you've talked about, to learn from that and to address the situation. And I think we're all doing our best here. And anyway, I just wanted to commend BYU for that. And I feel and I hope that going into the spring semester, we'll have the advantage of having done this once before, and that we'll be able to avoid somewhat, what we saw at the start of the fall semester. But anyway, thank you for being the partners that you have been. Thank you for the transparency that you have shown. And I think in hindsight, in 2020, we all could have done things better and timed things a little bit better. But anyway, just thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Fillmore? You're muted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is for Mike or Julie. Just wondering if you could give us some updates on a couple of things on campus. What's the state of negotiation with respect to enhanced busing routes on 9th East?
You wanna-
Julie, I don't have an update on that. But
Yeah, but as far as I'm aware, BYU's involvement is part of the TMAC committee, but as far as making that decision, we're support in that committee, but we won't be making those decisions. I know plans have been presented and there's a possibility for things to move forward, but TMAC and UBX, UTA, UDOT, they're the ones that are in control of making those decisions.
Okay. Are you familiar with the state of affairs with the state and our security department, our police at BYU? Where does that stand?
so at this point, I was looking to get an update. We don't have anything more than what actually has been published on that. And so, yeah, the negotiations and discussions are still in process. We don't have any conclusion on that.
Okay, well, I'm batting 0 for 2, so I'll take an even longer shot. Can you tell us anything about the university's short-term and long-term plans for the Provo High School property?
I don't think we haven't published anything officially on that. I think there's still internal discussions. I think there's a variety of different options still on the table for the use of the Provo, the former Provo High School. But I don't think that has been finalized at this point in time.
Okay, so even though I just batted 0 for 3 and I struck out, I want you to know how much we appreciate BYU. It's not just that you're geographically proximate and a big element of our city. We love the relationship. BYU is much of what makes Provo Provo. So thank you for all you do.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be elusive on that. Again, I just want to make sure if we announce something, it's official in any of those questions you had. But our commitment, and I like I said before, I'm excited about my new position because we have a huge commitment to the community. We really do want to be great partners. We feel like we can enhance the community in a lot of different ways. And we want to be actually good listeners as we go forward and make sure that we're addressing concerns and issues. And then also be able to come back to both the mayor, which we meet with each month, as well as the city council on things that we might need to, and make sure that we have a great experience for our students and for our employees here. So we're committed to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'll just echo the thanks, and as a member, Ms. Ellsworth has a question, then I'll make my comment. Go ahead.
Oh, I would just say that we look forward to working with you, and any information that you can provide us proactively would be extremely helpful in making decisions, right? The more information that this governing body has, the better decisions that we can make.
Yeah, we understand that. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my thanks too. I've been meeting monthly with Julie and Mike and the others on that committee. They've been very helpful, and I know that they've been reaching out to the rest of the council. And of course, here we are having their visit, which we will have again, I'm sure, at a future time. But we think this is a really crucial relationship, and we very much appreciate your eagerness to collaborate with us and to communicate with us. It's just what Ms. Ellsworth said is really true. It's very, very helpful. You're more than a neighbor. I mean, you're in many ways the heart and soul of the community, and a lot of what happens at BYU affects the entire community in wonderful ways. It helps give this community its personality and character, and so we're very happy to have this relationship. So thank you. All right, if there are no other questions, I'll thank Mike and Julie, for joining us, and we'll move on then to our next item, which is item number 2, a discussion regarding Provo's parking policies and future growth. This will be presented by Gary McGinn from our Community and Neighborhood Services Department Director.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. If I can share my screen, do I have that ability?
Gary, try it now. You should be able to.
Okay. All right. Hang on, let me find the right one. Okay, can y'all see that? Okay, great. I've been asked to go over some, on a high level, parking in general, and in particular, some of our residential parking permit areas. And so what I'd like to do is, as we go through this, first have a little bit of a conversation about parking philosophy in general and its approach that we take, and talk about different types of parking, and then focus a little bit on off-street and on-street parking and how it impacts the city and the residents in our community. And also talk about best practices for a residential parking permit program. And then talk a little bit about our current residential parking permit areas and some of the current software and things that we have, and then the future that we see of parking. And feel free at any time to jump in and ask a question. I think we've got quite a bit of time, and I want to make sure we focus on the things that are most interesting to the council. So parking philosophy. In parking, we deal with a lot of things. There's on-street issues, there's off-street parking issues, safety violations, permits, just a lot of things. When people think of parking, they often think of just maybe you're a developer and you're thinking of your off-street parking requirements, or you're someone who lives in a neighborhood and somebody's parked in front of your house when you get home and you don't recognize the car and you're going, who's in front of my house and why? And then there are things like abandoned vehicles in the city, or vehicles that are parked too close to crosswalks or in sight triangle areas so that you can't safely see around corners and it impacts traffic. There's also parking on property that's not yours, or blocking vehicle access. You can't get your car into your driveway because somebody's parked there. And so, and permits, where we restrict parking on the street. We also restrict parking, not just by permits to different times and situations, but we may manage parking on street by signage, dealing with hours, 2-hour parking, 30-minute loading, things like that. One of the fundamental things about parking, and most of us don't think about it, but parking isn't free. Parking is paid for. If you have parking on the house in front of, on the street in front of your house, that parking's not free. When that road was developed, the developer built the road, and then the city took over the maintenance of that road on which you're parking. And so it has to be built, it has to be maintained. So anytime that you see parking, you go to the mall and you're out at the mall and you see a sea of parking. Well, that parking is built by the developer of the mall, and then the tenants pay rent to have their store in the mall. That takes that parking into consideration. Your homes, when you have parking at your house, there's a cost to that. For a developer to build that, it's all wrapped up in your mortgage, the cost of that infrastructure. So I think is there a hand raised? Is there a question?
Yeah, Mr. Harding, go ahead.
Yeah, and I know you're going at a very high level, but I just wanted to mention when you talk particularly about malls, but really in all situations, it's not just the cost of building the parking lot, it's also the opportunity cost, it's the land cost. What else could be used on that plot of land if it wasn't a parking lot? And so there's those costs as well.
Yeah, that's correct. We talk about parking, and I want to hit on that here in a second. That's a great point, and don't let me go on and forget to come back to this. And if I don't know the best way, Zoom meetings always they're great and they're a little frustrating. So if somebody has a question, just blurt it out. That way I'll hear you. Sometimes I miss a hand being raised. And so parking's not free. Somebody's paid for it. And that cost is usually passed on to consumers in some way. There's really kind of a fundamental divide when you look at parking on street. On-street parking, and the type of on-street parking we're talking about is parking in the public right-of-way. So Provo City manages all the rights-of-way in the city, and many of them, if not most, have parking for private vehicles on those rights-of-way. And so there's kind of a fundamental way of looking at it. Do you look at it as say your house? Think of your house or your when you lived in an apartment or just wherever. If there were a street and you were parking on it, did you view that parking on the street as a bonus? You were just glad and felt lucky to have it? Or was it an obligation for the city to provide that? And how you look at that parking and how we use the right-of-way is really a key thing. And what's the primary function of the right-of-way? Now, there's a big difference. A lot of us have traveled in the community have traveled. We've been in foreign countries. We've been to Europe. And Europe and the United States, they have pretty much a fundamental disagreement about parking, and especially parking dealing with on-street and off-street. And in the US, what we do is we require parking, but we limit density. And in Europe, they require density, but they limit parking. And there's kind of a fundamental shift where we come in, and to show you that is a developer, when they come in to build a project in Provo, the very first thing they do is they look at the zone and what the parking requirements are. Whether it's a business, whether it's a residential project, and especially if it's a residential project, your project will be severely impacted and constrained by the amount of off-street parking our ordinances require you to build. And that's kind of that lost opportunity or that opportunity cost that we talked about a minute ago. As we require more off-street parking and there are more cars and vehicles, we have to provide for the long-term storage of those vehicles, because vehicles are in storage the vast majority of the time. Your car probably spends 99% of its time being parked rather than being driven on the road. And that'll, when we get to this section on the future of parking and things that we're looking at, that'll be interesting conversation. Now, sprawl, our approach to parking can determine whether our community is a lot of sprawl, not very walkable, and you need cars to go everywhere, or it's very walkable. How we approach parking can really determine how our community is built, which has an impact on our infrastructure and rebuilding our infrastructure. Parking and our approach to parking can encourage or discourage car ownership. A lot of factors with that. Also environmental concerns, and not just the environment in the sense of clean air, clean water, but certainly air pollution with more vehicles. If we have parking philosophies that encourage more car ownership, we tend to have areas that have more pollution. And in areas where you discourage car ownership, then not only do you have pollution, but there's different quality of life, or the built environment of planners would probably say, how our community looks, how wide our streets are, the capacity of our streets, things that we do with it. And one thing with parking is it's not a silver bullet. There's lots of factors in parking and in our community that sometimes it's easy to say, oh, let's just put in a parking permit program and that will solve a problem. Well, it might and it might not. And so we need to be targeted about how we deal with that. So now our conversation, let's talk about off-street parking. And this is the parking that we require a business owner, a homeowner, a developer to put on their own property. And the more off-street parking you have, it encourages higher car ownership and driving. There's a direct correlation to that. And transit-oriented developments, or TODs, they lower car trips, but just a TOD in itself doesn't decrease car ownership rates. And when there's parking available, even though people may want to live in a transit-oriented development, they often will want to still bring a car. And now we've got the issue of how do we store that car long-term for people. Now, when we bundle parking, it also can induce higher car ownership. And what I mean by bundling is you don't know what you're paying for the actual cost of parking. So that's typically, say, an apartment. Someone builds an apartment complex, they have apartments there, and they put in parking. And then you rent your apartment, and you pay for parking, and you pay for your apartment in one price. When you unbundle that, you pay a separate fee for your parking and a separate fee for your housing. And so by having bundled parking, and when not knowing the true cost of ownership for that parking, encourages higher parking and higher car ownership rates. There's a famous example that a professor from UCLA uses. He talks about the high cost of parking, but he also, in some of his lectures, talks about the high cost of free desserts. If a community required restaurants to provide a dessert with dinner, and whether you wanted a dessert or not, you got one with your dinner, the cost of everybody's dinner would then go up. And it would encourage more people to have dessert with dinner because it's already there and paid for. But since it's not unbundled, and rather bundled, you can't tell what the price is. And so you consume that at a higher rate. Now, and what we find also with off-street is that developers, as they're developing, they're more likely to build parking in areas that have excellent public transit services, and as opposed to areas with lower density and poor transit access. And that's because as they come in, they want to provide that amenity that goes along with the market demand. So if there's free available parking, they'll tend to do that. Now, on to on-street parking. Now that's parking in the public right-of-way. And the public right-of-way is maintained by Provo City for the benefit of all the community. And they find that there's less car ownership in an area when there's less on-street parking, and especially if that on-street parking is paid for. And there's more car ownership when there's more on-street parking, and that on-street parking is free. And they've even found that you're 2.5 times more likely to park on the street if it's available in there, even factoring garage and driveway space. And, you know, there's a lot of people like, I'm that way. I have 4 kids living at home. We own 4 vehicles. I have 5 off-street parking spaces. Routinely, 2 of my cars are on the street. And we have available off-street parking, but for a lot of reasons, people find it more convenient. So you'll see that frequently. And free on-street parking is linked to turning private garages and private off-street parking into storage units or storage for toys, for boats, trailers, things like that, and accessory dwelling units, ADUs. And so often in an area, we'll go in and there's a lot of parking on the street. There often is a high rate of the garages not being usable for parking because they're full of stuff. I see a hand raise.
It's me, Gary. I just wanted to add, you're right about this last point. In my area, there's like this huge street, a couple of streets, where the homes were built pretty small, but with a carport attached garage. And then they built that into a bedroom. And so you see this driveway go up to the home, but it's a bedroom behind that wall now. But you see that just house after house after house, where this small house has gotten an extra bedroom by turning the garage into a bedroom. And now there is no garage. So they park on the street or in this awkward driveway.
Yeah, and that can present problems. And one of the things that come up with on-street parking is Provo City actually has an ordinance that says you're only supposed to have the number of vehicles owned and operated from a property that equal that are no greater than the off-street parking spaces you have on that property. And that's almost an impossible thing to enforce. And just because I have, like I said, 5 off-street parking spaces available, we don't have an ordinance that says I have to use them. So even though I have all of these spaces available, legally all 4, and I could buy a 5th vehicle, all 5 of my cars could be on the street, and that would be perfectly fine. And so on-street, off-street parking can be a very complicated area. So now coming to some of the best practices that we see from around the country in dealing with focusing now more on residential parking permit program areas, is one of the first ones is usually you do a parking permit program, or a parking permit program becomes viable once you start hitting about 70%, 85% of the on-street parking spaces are being routinely used. And then you start considering parking. Parking, we see, is most effective when it tends to be price-based on demand. And also that the price is such that there's always or usually available on-street parking, so that people aren't cruising around trying to find parking spaces. Also, in areas that have residential parking permit programs, they tend to work better in areas where you're trying to find ways to incentivize alternative transportation options also. And all of these areas tend to be very fact specific. And you individualize these residential parking permit areas to accomplish specific goals. And context is everything. One area is not the same as the other. Now, as a city dealing with parking permit programs and enforcing them and implementing them, the more similar they are, the more likely it is for us to easily enforce and administer a program. But the more similar they are, the more likely we're not really addressing the needs of an individual area. Some other best practices when you start looking at residential parking permit areas, try and do things so that the parking is unbundled, that people know what the actual cost of the parking is going to be and what they're doing, so they can make informed choices. If your parking's free, maybe it's not, or really easy, maybe it's not a big deal to get that second vehicle. If parking is now unbundled and you can see, oh, there's an extra cost to that second vehicle, now maybe I don't want it. Also, best practices with parking is you create a recognizable brand surrounding the parking so that it's easy to understand, easy to enforce, and logical. And you use the best and current technology that you can. And you try to go in and re-examine off-street parking requirements in very dense areas around the country. And we see this in Europe, and we're also seeing it now in more dense communities, New York, Portland, San Francisco, things like that. For instance, in Provo, we put in parking minimums. When a developer comes in, we say, okay, your project has to have at least 100 spaces, parking spaces. But if you want to put in 200, go for it. You'll go in these other communities, especially where there tend to be more urbanized and more dense, and they turn that. They'll come in and say, no, you can't put in any more than 100 spaces. That's the maximum we'll allow you to bring or to build. And the reason for that is they're trying concertedly to reduce some sort of or disincentivize some sort of issue that's out there, whether it's congestion, whether it's rationing or supporting the not using vehicles. So now with best practices for this, these are some of we see around the country. If you're going to do a residential parking permit program, these are the types of questions you really need to ask before you implement one. And the first and most important one is, what is the specific problem that needs to be resolved? And you've got to really clearly know what that is and articulate that and define it and figure out what success of resolving that issue would be. I know we talked a few weeks ago about Slate Canyon, and we were talking about a parking permit, residential parking permit program on Slate Canyon. One of the issues that came up was, could this solve the speed on Slate Canyon? And I don't think it can. I don't think a parking permit program will do anything about the speed. The problem we have on Slate Canyon is years ago, the city went out and did transportation planning. And they said, oh, okay, Slate Canyon makes sense to turn into almost a ring road. It's really this big, broad collector road that's designed for high-speed vehicle traffic. It's designed not for a residential character. About the same time, we had the developer come in and say, hey, for a lot of reasons, I want to build a lot of homes with curb cuts, driveways onto this road. And the city did that also. So we thought we would get the best of both worlds. We'd have this high capacity road and it would be residential, more in character, and it's just not going to be. And a parking permit program won't help reduce speeds. To reduce the speeds, we're probably going to need to do some sort of redesign of that road. It really can't function both. We've got an incompatible road type with the type of land use that's there. Years ago, when this came up, we shouldn't have done that as a city. And so now we're going to have to go in and on the speed issue, redesign it or rethink that road and how it can go. Now, some of the other issues that are there, could a parking permit program resolve some of those issues or make them better? Yeah, they probably could. So that's the first thing when a parking permit program comes in, is really clearly define what the problem to be solved is. The next one is, which is always a huge issue for the city, is what's the operational cost for that? And how's that cost going to be paid? And usually there's two ways to pay for the operational costs of parking in general, and parking permit programs in particular. Is one is you just do it out of the general fund as any other public good, like a park that serves everybody. And that's what we do with most on-street parking throughout the city. Most people in all areas of the city can park on the street. And so we use a lot of general fund or road fund monies to operate or to maintain the road, the parking spaces. We use general fund money to spend and have enforcement officers go and deal with things like parking too close to a fire hydrant or things like that. Abandoned vehicles, blocking driveways. Those are things that happen everywhere throughout the city. And so we use general fund monies frequently to deal with those things. Now in a parking permit program area, it's more localized. They still do have some issues that are general, like parking in front of a hydrant and those types of parking enforcement issues. But now they restrict parking even more. And so who pays for that? You can pay for it out of the general fund, or parking permit programs can pay for themselves, but there's going to be a higher cost. Now, so far in the city, we've decided to take residential parking permit programs and pay for them out of our general fund. And we do not have the parking permit program itself pay for them. Another question we need to really spend some time asking are not just the specific things to be solved, but what are the pitfalls or special considerations or needs of the area? And then if you are going to have a parking permit program, to get it to work effectively, a nominal cost typically is not going to achieve what you're looking for. Sometimes it will, and sometimes it doesn't. So trying to define what the right price for curb parking is, and then who, if anybody, should be exempt from those types of payment, and how big should the area be? And that is an interesting one because it's not related directly to the problem area. You may have an area that has a parking problem where 90% of the parking is taken up, but across the street or the next block over, there's no parking problem. And so if you implement something, do you cause it to bleed out into unintended areas, or this halo effect around it? So how should the area be? How many areas should there be within a particular parking permit, residential parking permit program? And what type of other permits or things like visitor parking, metered parking, what type of role do they play, if any, in the conversation? And then when parking permit areas run together, can we allow people from two different areas to park in each other's area or within a defined overlap area, trying to deal with it? Those are really tough questions to ask. So we've covered briefly the kind of philosophy of parking, dealing some big philosophical approaches in our community. How do we want to deal with parking, and how we deal with it can really drive the different results in our community. Talked about the on-street and off-street parking dynamic. And then if we're going to have residential parking permits, some of the best practices that are out there and some of the high-level questions that need to be asked. Now, this is our current residential parking areas. We really have two main ones that we deal with. So we put them down. One is Foothill Park, and the other is the University Gardens and North Foothills. And so they, even though they're in fairly close proximity, we went in, and as a city, working with the people there, we determined that they had different needs. And so in Foothill Park, the hours are different from University Garden. So from 5:30 in the morning to a half hour after midnight to park on the street in Foothill Park, you have to have a permit. So almost all day long, you have to have a permit to park up there. Then from 12:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the morning, nobody's allowed to park on the street. In University Gardens, there's a permit that's required at from 10 at night to 7 in the morning. All other hours, there's no permit required. So those two areas were determined at the time they were established to have different needs. And so you have really different fundamental approaches. Now, the days that they're enforced are somewhat similar. We patrol them 4 to 5 days a week. The temporary permits are basically the same, the fees the same. How the term in which they're valid are the same. And you have to either own property or be a renter in a property to get a permit in both these areas. So if you own a rental and you're the property owner, you can get the permits and dole them out to your tenants, but you can't get one and your tenant can't get one and come in at the same time. So you can also see the citations that we issued in 2019. We've got 216 in Foothill. Citations were given. In University Gardens, there was 580. And then you can really see there's a fairly big drop off in 2020 with COVID and people staying home and things like that. So those are our current parking permit areas that we deal with. So now we want to talk a little bit about our current software package. We use Paylock. It's compatible with our license plate reading system. So we put on a car. So to do this, we have to buy a car. We put some hardware on it. It's basically a big camera that reads license plates. And then a software system that once the camera sees the license plate, the software goes in and identifies that license plate, searches our database to see if it's allowed to park in that area. So with residential parking permit programs, that's how we do it. People can put in visitor parking with it. We can handle the renewal notices, handle the citation payments, the payments for permits, the appeals. We have a mobile app. We could do purely paid on-street parking. You want to park in an area. Those are some things that we can do with our current software. The future of parking is right now, parking enforcement is done out of this department. So we have a division that does parking enforcement, and we do all the parking enforcement that we've talked about, dealing with the public right-of-way. We go into all neighborhoods and look and deal with abandoned vehicles. We go into all neighborhoods, deal with people blocking sidewalks, blocking driveways, fire hydrants, too close to sidewalks, blocking clear vision triangles so you can't safely cross a street or drive through an intersection. And we deal with the parking permit programs that we have in the city. And we're at capacity. if we do more parking permit programs or expand what we do and how we do it, I need more resources to be able to do that. So that's kind of the future. We're kind of at our maximum ability right now. One thing with the future is probably need to talk about a little more of parking's role with transportation and land use and how they influence each other into the future, and look at things a little more finely and dealing with those issues. Also technology. For instance, while we use Paylock and it can do some things, it can't do everything that's out there. But for right now, and the enforcement that we do and the residential parking permit areas that we have, we can do everything we need to do. But technology is always improving. And we need to make sure we stay on top of that and that we have the technology that can meet our needs. One of the big issues is the need for parking in the future is somewhat uncertain. Just like software, when you wanted to use Adobe in the past, you would go down to the store and you'd buy Adobe and you'd get the CD and you'd come in and you'd run it off your computer. And then technology changed a little bit and we went in and we then didn't go to the store and buy the CD. We just got on Adobe's website and we downloaded the product and we paid for it. And when we paid for it, we got the service key and we entered the key into the code, or the code key in, and now our product would work. Now people don't even do that. You buy software as a service. Well, in the future, we see lots of changes out there. Self-driving vehicles in the next 10 to 15 years are probably going to become more prevalent. Also, there's starting to be in different communities things called transportation as a service, where you don't own your own vehicle. What you do is you pay a subscription fee. And as part of that subscription fee, you get to use vehicles that will be stored in certain areas and different things like that. And so the need for parking's different. Also, it's interesting, it's not my experience, but we have a lot of the kids who are turning 16 for about the last 5 to 10 years. There's been a drop in that demographic actually getting licenses, and they drive much less. I can't tell you who it is because but I have a nephew, and I'm not going to tell you his name. He's 18. He does not have his license. And there's a lot of things with that. I think I see a hand up.
And Mr. Hart, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in here real quick on this as well. We're in this interesting phase, as you said, that uncertain phase as these changes are on the horizon. At this point, I'm not, as a counselor, I'm not necessarily willing to drop parking minimums because we're still having the headache of kind of the old way that the system worked, and if we were to drop it, we've even seen just in the last 10 years where we've lowered required parking and it's caused headaches in the area around the development. But if I were an investor, if I were a developer, I don't think I would be willing to invest my own personal money in a parking garage or something that is going to be needing to last 30, 40, 50 years, to get that return on that investment. And so we are in a really, and that puts me in a very difficult, predicament when I'm asked to make some decisions about what amount of parking should be required for these projects. I kind of alluded to Startup Crossing. I think that's kind of been the poster child of what happens if you reduce the amount of required parking. But in kind of doing the post-mortem on that, much of, at least the conversations I've had, a lot of that has pointed back to the availability of free on-street parking has allowed that situation to happen, and has caused allowed it to be a problem where if we managed our on-street parking in that area, then the difficulties we faced wouldn't have come to pass, because then it would have been operated as it was designed, as opposed to now, right now, people aren't supposed to bring cars. They're only supposed to maybe have one, if that, and people are bringing two because, hey, why not? I can just park it out on the street. So I think as we implement some of these best practices, I think it will change the way that we approach parking and land use and development. All of these things that you've said, let me just say now that I really appreciate this presentation, and I fully support everything you've said so far. So thank you.
And I would like to add one thing. You mentioned a parking garage. If the council came to me and said, we think a solution for parking that we need to do is Provo City, let's go out. And you said, Gary, go identify a piece of property somewhere and let's build a parking garage. And we're going to bond for it. We're going to get, say, a 30, 40-year bond. And we're going to use the stream of revenue from the parking fees to pay this bond and do it. That would be a huge red flag for me. I don't know that that's a wise investment today for the city to go out and do. I'm not saying it's not. I think we'd have to really think very hard and do a lot of work in our background and due diligence to see if that's going to make sense into the future. And then if we do it, to build it in such a way that we could adaptively reuse that parking garage. So now, as I mentioned earlier, is when a developer comes in and they want to build a project, the first, I remember in years past, we had some zones where you literally could put in 80 units to the acre. And I had somebody from the community come to me and say, you got to be kidding. We're going to put in 80 units on 1 acre. That's what this zone would allow. And it's like, well, realistically, it's never going to happen. And the reason is because of the parking. To build, we actually in SketchUp modeled it years ago. I'll try and find it. We actually, on a block in Provo, we could put the Chrysler building from New York, and it fits on one of our blocks in Provo. And at one time, we didn't have any maximum heights or anything like that in our downtown. Somebody could have theoretically bought a full block in downtown Provo and put the Chrysler building on it. Now, they would have had to have built a 20-story underground parking garage, which the cost is just prohibitive. You'd never do it. The infrastructure and the cost to build parking is the main thing that drives development, whether it's residential or commercial. You want commercial development in Provo, we really need to look at our parking standards. And when we look at our parking standards, we can't just go in and say, well, let's get rid of our minimum parkings and that will solve it. It won't solve it if we allow parking on the street for free. So if you look in lots of areas, say, that have high residential, like say Joaquin and other areas near BYU, really the 800-pound gorilla in the room is Provo City in the on-street parking. And we have a lot of regulations and things dealing with the off-street parking component, but we haven't really thought proactively about the on-street component and how that affects the overall picture and how we can put in the regulations that we want to get the results at the end of the day that we want. And I know we've got, I think, about 15 minutes or so left. Can I answer questions?
Yeah, that's correct. You had about any questions? Mr.
I
Fillmore.
see a hand on my screen.
Yeah, Gary, I really appreciate this comprehensive overview and the philosophical issues, as well as the economic. I'm just wondering, you're our resident expert on this. Do you have recommendations for us?
Yes, I do. I think we need to, starting with the residential permit areas. One, I think we need to go back and look at the current ones we have and probably reach out to the residents that live there and see if they're still working for them, if these things still are meeting their needs. We've implemented them, and anecdotally, I don't hear a lot of things back about it, but I do think we need to go in and have that conversation. Then along with that conversation, because if you do a parking permit program, you want to make sure it's meeting the needs that the community has. So we make sure it's meeting the needs, we identify what those needs are, and then with a residential parking permit program and where we are with enforcement, we're kind of at capacity right now. If we're going to be adding things in or changing things, it could mean more costs to the city. So now we have to make a determination, how are we going to pay for that? Do we do our general parking enforcement that we go dealing kind of these safety issues that I've highlighted that are citywide? Do we continue to take those out of the general fund and parking permit programs out of the general fund, or should parking permit programs pay for themselves? And so that's a big issue, because it takes personnel and it takes time, and you have to consistently be in an area to make sure the permits are working. So those would be the first two things I would do.
Where do you lean on the latter question?
Oh, that's a hard one. I'll be honest, I lean towards the permit should pay for itself. Because just from a philosophical standpoint, we do, let's say we do pothole repair all throughout the city. So everybody in the city that has roads, we all pool resources, and they come from the general fund or other transportation funds that all of us pay into, or monies that we get for the whole city. And then we go out and do those things as needed everywhere in the city. Kind of like fire protection and police protection. Then when you have a special area that has special requirements, it seems an easier sell to, say, people in the rest of the city. They're saying, well, hold it, I get the pothole because we all have potholes, and you're fixing mine and you're fixing yours, but why should I be paying from this part of the community to ensure that you have the parking you want on the public right of way that I also pay taxes into to maintain and operate? So just from a philosophical standpoint, that's, I think, where the direction I tend to lean.
Okay, good. I agree.
I see another hand up, Shannon.
Yeah, Gary, I appreciate that you're willing to revisit the two parking programs that we already have. Both of those areas are in my district, so if I can help, let me know. I've gotten many anecdotes about them, so if you also need anecdotes, let me know. But I really appreciate your effort on this. It's such a tremendous, wicked problem that's just seems unsolvable at times. So I appreciate everyone in your division's persistence.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. One of the things that we've tried to do, anecdotal stories are really helpful, and they really help us identify areas where there may be problems. But then what we try to do is really go out and collect data. And admittedly, when we run out and collect data, it's a snapshot in time. we'll go do counts on a certain day at a certain time, and it's not 24/7. And we try to do as much as we can to inform the anecdotal stories with data and see if we can really parse out what the important issues are, so that we're always trying to look for the most cost-effective way to do something. And if there's a way to do it that is less expensive than a full-blown permit program, we'll usually suggest that first to give that a try. I know we talked about Carterville had a permit program over just north of the hospital in Slate Canyon. And as we looked at those as staff and did our data, we thought there might be a way to solve these issues more inexpensively than a permit program by taking a first step. And if those don't work, then, obviously you need to go to the next step. Oh, I think I see another hand. Sorry.
No, it's just me. Yeah, I think that's really worthwhile, and it's probably hard to evaluate parking and enforce parking as maybe you'd like to in the year 2020 and during a pandemic and when people are working from home and when school schedules are different. So it might be that some of this might be better suited for analysis after the pandemic when things return to a different, I don't know, like a more typical normal where people go into work.
Yeah, and that's a really hard one to gauge. I was listening to the BYU presentation. I was actually shocked what they talked about enrollment. I thought it would have been down, and most universities I know are down. And so this pandemic has been really interesting for us because some things that I thought would never happen have happened, and some things that I thought should happen haven't happened. And I think that's gone with our parking enforcement and our zoning enforcement too.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Mr. McGinn. We appreciate this presentation, and I'll just echo the gratitude that the others expressed, not only to you, but to your staff.
Thank you. And I'll make sure council staff gets this slide deck to give to council members so that you can have it. And if there's something that you think of later and said, now that I've thought about it, what you said just makes no sense, let me know, because I probably misspoke or need to clarify what I was talking about. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll accept the slide deck as long as it has a Christmas bow on it. All right. We'll move on then to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding the economic development's new approach to data analysis. This will be presented by Keith Morey, our Economic Development Division Director, and David Walter, our Redevelopment Agency Division Director. Thank you for being with us.
No problem. Thank you for having us. We just wanted to take a quick minute. We know that one of the goals that the council has identified for this upcoming year was more data-driven approach to economic development. And that was timely because one of the things we've been working on is a contract with a leading analysis company named Buxton that kind of leads the commercial real estate analysis market for providing demographic information and connecting cities with retail partners and retailers that are looking to expand. So we've been working with them. We finally finalized a contract with them about 2 weeks ago and have our first meeting with them on Thursday. But it really will provide a whole data-rich set of analysis points that we can utilize whenever we're talking about any commercial opportunity in Provo City. One of the things we wanted to do was utilize that, of course, in reference to the discussions that we've had around grocery stores and our ability to kind of talk from an educated platform with potential grocers about what the opportunity is in Provo. But this software is so rich in information, it will let us take existing retailers, identify where their shoppers are coming from, and it actually has an app that we can share with whatever businesses we want that they can track their individual customers. They can direct market back to their customers. It'll give them a profile of what the demographic is for that customer, what kind of age category they fit in, what income category they fit in, and what other people in the surrounding area are like that shop at their store, so they can reverse market back to them to try to increase their shoppers within their store. So we just it's just a quick update just to let you know that we're excited about that. And it was kind of coincidental that it aligns with the priority that you said that you are focused on. And we were kind of excited that we're great minds that are thinking alike, and wanted to let you know that that information should start to flow through to us here in the next couple of weeks or month or so.
Ms. Ellsworth has a quick question.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Is this software something that the staff already knows how to use, or is it something that they'll need training on, or does it just produce reports that are really accessible or digestible? What's that like?
It'll be a little bit of both. I mean, primarily, there of course will be software that we can use, their online platform, to do our own analysis. But one of the things that Buxton will be doing is identifying gaps within our retail market, and which retailers represent those gaps, and then it will align us with retailers that are shopping for those opportunities and connect us to who the key people are to try to facilitate bringing them in to fill those gaps. So they'll do that analysis on their own and kind of identify gaps. I mean, of course, we'll contribute, telling them kind of what we think our needs are or what we see the gaps are, but they'll also be able to say, well, yeah, here's another gap you may not have thought about, and here's the top 10 retailers that we have relationships with that we'd like to connect you with to see if we can expand them into your market. Any other questions? We didn't want to take a lot of time. We just it was kind of exciting that we saw that that was on your priorities, and we wanted to know that we're Johnny on it. So,
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, thank you. I am thrilled that we're moving in this direction. I'm glad that we'll have this new tool. And then, like all tools, the value is in how we use it. And so, I just hope that we are able to utilize this data to make an impact and to justify the cost of the program. But I'm hoping we get a lot of value out of it, and we see great results that really benefits the community. So thank you.
Well, no, and we do too. I mean, I think intuitively, especially, I think all of us in general kind of understand where we think there are gaps, and some of us that work in economic development may understand some of that a little more deeply. But the conversations that we have, for example, with the mall are just kind of based on historical experience or what we've seen in other places. But to have data like this will allow us to go back to them and talk in terms of exactly what we think is going on with some good analysis that supports that. I think it will just elevate the conversations that we have with commercial brokers in our community. I mean, for example, when a grocer tells us that they don't think that the market is ripe yet, we'll be able to say, yeah, we agree, or yeah, no, we don't agree, because here's the analysis that we've done, and here's the points that we think you may have missed.
All right. If there are no other questions, we appreciate that information, and we'll look forward to working with you and with that new instrument for future decision making. So thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on then to item number 4, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to allow more options for conducting neighborhood chair elections. And this will be presented by Karen Tapahi, our Community Relations Coordinator.
Okay, I think my background is more distracting than it is helpful at this point. So we are looking for some options that allow us to continue doing neighborhood chair elections during the pandemic. Oh, here we go. I'm not used to being the one presenting that much, so let me get that one. There we go. Okay. So we're facing an interesting situation right now with the pandemic. The current city code requires people to be in person at the meeting to elect a neighborhood chair. Obviously, right now, the health and safety guidelines have prevented those kinds of in-person meetings, and we did a few outdoors. It's rather cold to do an outdoor meeting right now, so that's not the best option. The online neighborhood meetings that we've been having regarding development applications, they've been working really well. And we need to fill some vacancies and address some expired terms. Right now, there are 6 neighborhoods that are overdue for elections. Some have been overdue for quite a while, and some are more recent. The terms of those neighborhood chairs have expired. Until we have an election, we just let them continue. The Franklin and Lakeview North neighborhoods need to replace chairs who've stepped down. In the meantime, they have designated one of their vice chairs as an acting chair. The Provo South neighborhood chair will be moving in the next month. And so we will be in that same situation where she will designate a vice chair to take charge until we can have an election. And then there are 6 neighborhoods due for elections in 2021. 4 of those are in the first 4 months of the year. So what we are proposing is to strike out where it says in person. That should take care of the need to be physically present in the same physical location and allow us to do something through electronic means. And then we added in a part that says, in accordance with rules established by the Municipal Council Executive Director. That allows us to establish a set of rules for everyone to go by. So it's more official, but we don't have to make a code change every time. Now, this was reviewed by the Neighborhood Advisory Board, and they're supportive of it. I can tell you the drawbacks of doing an electronic meeting election are somewhat the same and somewhat different from doing one in person. When I'm in person conducting an election, I'm taking people's word for it that they live in that neighborhood. I'm not, I don't think we need to start checking driver's licenses at the door or anything that formal. We usually rely on the neighbors themselves to kind of say, oh, that person looks unfamiliar, or, and they'll usually ask in a kind way. They'll say something about, where do you live? And then the answer usually lets them know kind of if they're a legitimate member of that neighborhood. The tough thing is, in an electronic environment, we don't have all the same options for that kind of vetting. We do have a plan for how we're going to conduct it, and we'll do the best we can. If people challenge it, we'll do everything we can to look into it. There have been a few neighborhoods where it's quite a battle for who's going to get that position of neighborhood chair, just because there are various interests. But most neighborhoods, it's tough to push to get someone to step forward. So I don't know that we're going to have too many problems. But in those couple of neighborhoods where it is a little stressful, we'll just do the best we can to look into it all and find out, do these people live in the neighborhood? And we have a method set up for having people register their address and that kind of thing before they're given that chance to vote. And that will help us to sort that out. But the alternative is waiting till we can be in person again, and that leaves us with a bunch of neighborhoods either unrepresented or maybe underrepresented as people have worn out after 4 years of helping with the program. Any questions? Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Yes, Karen, I'm wondering if you would welcome some recommendations for members of the city council where there's a district, rather a neighborhood in our district that has been unresponsive or lacking a chairman for some time, where we could suggest somebody that we think might have the energy to get that kick-started.
That is always helpful, to have someone to reach out to explain the program and encourage them to step forward and volunteer. I would definitely encourage that kind of thing. And if there's a neighborhood chair who's, decided they've served long enough and they're walking away, I encourage them to reach out to people and find someone who's interested, because it's never fun to hold a meeting, have absolutely no one want to step forward, and then you have to hold another meeting at some later date and find a volunteer. So any help with encouraging people to volunteer is fantastic.
Sure. So what I was going to suggest, Karen, is if you could send a note to each of us on the council with respect to those specific districts where they've either been vacant a long time or they're about to be, and give us a heads up where we might be looking to suggest someone that would have the energy to do what's required. Be happy to do that.
That would be fantastic. I'd be happy to do that. And there is one generally in your area, Mr. Fillmore, and I would love to have some assistance there.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Ellsworth.
And this is a little off topic, but have we created a mechanism to remove or release a neighborhood chair if something has gone really awry?
So the only thing built in currently is there's two. One is that the neighborhood residents can put together a petition to request that a new vote be held. And that was the only thing for quite a while. It is difficult to pull off. So it has to be a pretty united effort from a lot of people in the neighborhood. The other option that we recently added does help the council office, but it's only if the neighborhood chair is being unresponsive. So in the case of, I lived in the Mazer neighborhood up until a little bit ago, and we had a neighborhood chair who, once he got elected, kind of disappeared, and the vice chair pretty much ran everything, and we didn't have really any options at that moment, but we were able to add this one condition that if the neighborhood chair is unresponsive, then that our office would reach out, find out if we can contact them, and if we can't, then we'd be able to remove them. We don't have any guidelines set for conduct, so without any guidelines, we would have a hard time identifying misconduct with any regularity. So it's something, but it is something we looked at having at least a kind of a code of ethics, and Mr. Strachan could probably weigh in on that. That was something we proposed to make a more uniform set of guidelines for the neighborhood chairs, because sometimes the personalities can take them in different directions.
Yeah, maybe that's something we can take back to the committee, is just creating a vague statement of decorum, and then if there is some exceptional moment where that's violated, we have the mechanism to release or remove someone.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, as part of that committee, I remember we had these discussions. I remember, and I even think at the last symposium, we talked about that code of ethics. And did we let that fall by the wayside? I thought, Okay, well,
I just don't remember there being conversations afterwards where there was a point of decision or an action. So we can take it back to the committee and get moving on it next year.
yeah, let's get that over the finish line. I think we were getting close, but let's.
We were asking for input to see what things they supported, if they had any other suggestions, if some things they felt were asking too much of them. We were hoping for feedback, and this would be a good thing to circulate again and then bring back to the neighborhood advisory board for recommendation. And and to find out whether it's something that needs to be mentioned at all in the code or can just be a side thing. I'm not really sure. So.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Karen. Is this one coming back tonight, or is this?
Yes, it's tonight.
Great, thank you. All right, we will move on then to item number 5, which is a presentation from the sign committee regarding proposed code amendments. Hannah Salzel, our council policy analyst, will be our presenter.
There we go. So you've heard a lot from the sign committee lately. This is just an update, especially as we're preparing to put a survey out on Open City Hall, hopefully tomorrow. Just holding off on that for more feedback from the council now. And hopefully after the Open City Hall feedback, this will be ready to come to a council meeting. We just wanted to let you know that we made a slight change in where we propose that digital signs be prohibited. So just a quick reminder, short hold time is 1 minute, long hold time is 1 hour. And then the third area would be areas where digital signs are prohibited, which would be predominantly residential zones. We already proposed that these include VLDR, LDR, MDR, and HDR. We are now proposing to add all pro zones, the special development plan zone, overlay zone, and the downtown historic district to the list of areas where we propose digital signs be prohibited. We've spoken with Quinn, and he said the businesses downtown are more interested in their aesthetic than they are in any potential added benefits from digital signage. The other proposed amendment that we will be adding as a completely separate thing from hold times, but related to signs, is that staff pointed out the current graphs shown here with the red X for sign size based on lot frontage are a little bit confusing. They have an odd cap. We borrowed them from another city's code when we were creating ours back, I believe, in the 70s and have not updated them since. They are instead proposing a table which is based on the same measurements. It wouldn't change, in effect, how large a sign could be based on a business's frontage. It would just make it much easier for businesses and for staff to interpret. We propose replacing all instances of these graphs with tables for the sake of legibility. Do you have any questions about the additional proposals from the sign committee?
I'm pleased to hear that my one question was what the downtown businesses were saying about this. So I'm glad to hear that. That's wonderful. Mr. Harding?
Thank you. Just some quick questions, just more of understanding definitions and whatnot.
Sure,
I have seen some. I have seen some restaurants where they have their menus by their door. So when people, particularly in walkable areas like downtown Provo, where people can kind of stroll down the street and just take a gander at menus of a few places before deciding where to eat. And I've seen a couple of those as basically computer screens, just a little almost a tablet, an iPad that's out there, and that way the restaurant can update their menu for lunch and dinner and whatnot. Would that be considered an electronic sign if it was out
So
at the
electronic
entrance?
signs and digital signs digital signs are a type of electronic sign. Electronic signs would still be permitted, like, the neon traditional signs. But staff, do you know how this would apply? It seems digital to me.
Mr. Sewell?
I-
Were you going to address that question, Mr. Sewell? Or
I'm happy to defer to staff if someone's ready to comment, but my understanding is that these regulations only apply to external signs and not to anything that would be inside the store window.
Javin, who is the staffer for the sign committee, said he was going to be on for this. We are starting a little bit early. Let me send him a quick email.
Okay, and I don't
we're just ahead of
necessarily need.
schedule.
Okay, I don't necessarily need the answer now, but that's just it's one of those things that as I'm reading this, I just wondered if that would apply to it.
My guess is that it would not, because when we talked with Quinn, he and the other businesses said that they were really surprised that digital signs were currently not already prohibited downtown. They all thought they were, which is part of the reason why we don't have any. They are permitted under current code, but the businesses aren't interested in having them there. So we would simply protect that desire with this additional amendment.
And then the second question I had when I was reading through the proposal, particularly about the table and the diagrams or the images, I've in the past I've recalled Mr. McGinn talking about how, if I understood him correctly, there's kind of this overall square footage that can be used, and he has said that when they work with the companies, when the businesses, when approving signs, they'll let them take that square footage, and if they want to split it into two signs, and that flexibility.
You've raised this concern. It's something that we are still discussing as a committee. This was just a preliminary cleanup that staff wanted to bring. We are still working on answering that question. It's part of a long list that we're working our way through.
Awesome. I'm glad it's being considered. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other primarily residential zones that the council thinks we've missed that we should add to this list? Okay. Are there any other questions about this? We made sure we went right before the break because we weren't sure how long this discussion was going to take.
all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like Mr. Sewell's got his hand raised. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to thank staff in particular for their help with this, and Hannah's always done a great job with her presentations. And actually, I want to thank Councillor Hoban too. He's really kind of reached out on several of these issues and kind of reached out to the Downtown Provo Alliance to find out what they thought about digital signs, and kind of got that survey going. And so that was really helpful. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you. We're at our break, and we're also a little bit early, so that's good. So let's comfortably take the next 10 minutes and come back at 2 o'clock for item number 6. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. now on to item number 6, which is a discussion regarding ranked choice voting. This will be a discussion led by John Magnus, our council policy analyst, and we have 40 minutes for this item. Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon, Council. For a while now, we've been talking about ranked choice voting, possibly switching over to that system of voting from the current system. We've had presentations in the past on how the system works. This presentation is a little different. It's going to look at voting behavior and voting and what possible effects ranked choice voting can have on it. Voting and voting behavior is a very complicated issue. It's very hard to understand. The best we can do in political science is say that we can explain most of the behavior most of the time. We can't always explain outliers. So we're going to take a very high level look at voting behavior and how voting works in relationship to ranked choice voting. As soon as I get my back. So the ranked choice voting system, basically what you do, everybody runs together. There is no primary. On the first round of balloting, if nobody receives 50% plus 1 votes, the person with the least amount of number 1 votes is dropped from the ballot. The ballots are retabulated. That person that was dropped, people that voted for them, their number 2 selection is awarded a first place vote. And that will keep going on and on until someone receives 50% of the votes and that are counted. This is what it would look like. You see the candidates across the top, A, B, C, D, E, first round. We assign them some numbers. Second round, we see that E is eliminated. Their votes are reallocated. Third round, D is eliminated. Their votes are reallocated. In the fourth round, B is eliminated and C wins with 54%. So that's basically how the system would work. In political science, when you're discussing voting theory, or collective action at that point, we use Arrow's theorem as kind of a base. Basically what it says is when an individual is faced with more than 2 choices, a collective action is hard to take, and to derive the collective will is very hard, because you could have a layout like this: first voter is ABC, second choice BCA, third choice CAB. There is no clear will, collective will. I know this is a simple model using 3 candidates, three electors, but it's just a model to show you that there is inherent problems with every style of election system that is created. And regardless of the election system, you just need to be aware that there is inherent problems and pay attention to it and see what those things are and what adverse effects they're having, if any. Okay, the roles and responsibility. In voting, holding election, there's basically 3 parties. You have the voter, you have the campaign, and the state. And that's the collective state, not the city government. For the voter, when they go out to vote, we deal with the information costs. How do they get educated on who they're going to vote for? How do they know what policies they're interested in? How do they know what issues they're interested in? And if those issues, what are their policy preferences? And that all comes down to utility also. Utility is the other side of this. If there is a high information cost and low utility, what we tend to see is a voter does not participate in an election. They'll sit out. For campaigns, we look at cost basically as time, finances, and people. Time is measured by length. Do you start a year out? Do you start 6 months out? That is a consideration. It's a cost. Finances, that's the actual money they raise. The people, candidates, volunteers to help them with their campaign. So those are the kind of campaign costs we deal with when we're talking about campaign costs. The state, basically their cost is to hold the election. What does it cost to actually have an election, either a primary, or general, or just one election? In political science, when we talk about voters, we use a Downs economic model of voting. This is how we calculate information cost. I know it's rather tedious to read and kind of hard to understand. You really have to read a lot of this over and over. So I'm going to break it down a little easier to them. So when we're talking about information costs, what we're asking is how does the voter determine what issues are important to them? We call them issue 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then they have to array those issues in an order of preference. What's the most important issue to them? That could be, what we see here, 3, 2, 1, 4. That is just a generic ordering. That's how they are going to vote. Then there's policy outcomes. For each issue they have, what policy outcomes do they want? If your issue is gun control, maybe your policy outcome is no more restrictions. Maybe someone else is better background checks. So everything has a policy outcome, and they order those outcomes. Maybe you don't want any more restrictions, but you're willing to accept more background checks. That would mean your position A is nothing, and position B is background checks. And you have to array those positions against those issues, and again, order them. So what happens is the voter comes up a matrix, their policy issues and their preferred preferences. Here we call it A through D. At some point, their policy preferences will tip. If the issue is gun control and a total ban is not a policy preference for you, you're not going to vote for a candidate that's advocating for that. That moves beyond your preferences. So what they have to do is take these policy preferences, issues and policy preference, and weigh them against candidates. By this table, you'll see that candidate A, for the voter, their issues are out of alignment. Candidate's first issue is not even an issue on the voters list, which most likely would make this one drop. Candidate B has the same issues. The policy profiles aren't the same, but this would be the one that's the closest to them. And policy C, again, is out of the norm. Most of the policy preferences are off the voter's policy preference chart, and that means that voter will not vote for that person. Now, it's not like every election everybody sits down and does this. There are shortcuts people take. There's cues they can use to shortcut this process. But as far as voting costs, information costs, this is what, when someone's talking about this is what they're trying to tell you, is that for every candidate and every voter, they have to come up with this array, a matrix, so they know how to vote, because they're not going to vote for a candidate that is beyond their policy preferences or is not addressing the issues that they seem report to them. Utility. This is a little harder one. Utility is the value that people get for voting. If there are no candidates representing my issues or my policy preferences, I have very little utility. They're not going to institute policies that are going to help me. Low utility means the voter is most likely to sit out the election. So, but if there's a candidate who closely aligns to me and I think they have a very good chance of winning, then I will turn out and vote. That is a high utility. So utility ranges. Usually in political science, we measure from 1 to -1. There's ways we can mathematically computate that, but it's just a term we use. It's utility. Low utility, low voter turnout. High utility, high probability turnout. One thing about utility, the higher the increased cost, the lower the utility. At some point, trying to collect all the information to array all the different candidates and all the different positions and all the different policy outcomes is too costly. It's too much time, and the voter just checks out and they're done. What you get is either a voter doesn't vote or makes uninformed vote. Campaigns, basically the goal is to get the candidate elected. Their primary thing is to reduce information costs to the voter by sending them information about the candidate. This is the policy issues, this is policy preferences, and they target their voters. They try to find out who's going to align with them. There's statistical models they can use. There's other things they can go out and use to try to identify the voter that they're going to contact. To some extent, they want to reduce participation costs. In Utah, because of a mail-in ballot, participation costs are a lot lower. Some states where you actually have to go to polls, there's ways for the campaigns to reduce those costs and make sure the voters actually show up to vote. And they want to increase the voters' utility. They want to show the voter that there is a value to voting for their candidate, and that is based on the utility. So that's kind of the goal of campaigns and how it associates with cost to the voter. State's goal, fair and free elections. The state reduces voter petition costs. Utah's a mail-in ballot that reduced participation costs greatly. People don't have to show up to the polls anymore. They also create the rules for voting, who can vote, when you can vote. For the campaigns, they create the rules on who can actually run for office and how the rules of conduct, how you conduct your campaign, how you can raise money, the time limits on everything, when you have to report. So that was the state's roles in it. All three are interconnected. The voter needs the campaigns because they need to reduce their information costs. The voter needs the state to make sure that the elections are free and fair. The campaigns need the voter because without getting votes, their candidate can't assume the role of government and take the levers of power. The campaign needs the state to set the rules to make sure it's a fair playing field. The state needs the candidates because they need somebody to operate the levers of power. And the state needs the voters because they need to be legitimate. The state has to be legitimate in the eyes of the voters, which means it has to have free and fair elections. So they're all interdependent when it comes to this voting cycle. Okay, rate choice vote and the cost. The one thing we can say is there will be more information costs to the voters because the normal shortcuts that voters use in a primary election than a general election are going to be done away with. What they're going to use to cut those costs, we don't know. I didn't go diving into that too deep. That's something that we'd have to look at. Instead of just trying to, in the general election, they're looking at 2 voters. I know in the primary you have more voters, but in the primary you have a different voter. They function a bit different than a general election voter. They can cut information costs. They're pretty good about having a high utility to their vote with a high information cost. A general election voter usually has low utility with a high information cost. The campaigns, what they're going to have to do now, instead of trying to get through 1 and 2 at a primary, they're going to have to be 1 in a general. So they're going to be taking more time because it's taking more finances to try to figure out how to become number 1. It's easy to figure out how to become 1 or 2. 1 is much harder. And also they're going to have to stay in the race longer, which means they're going to have to raise more money. It's going to be a different formula for winning for the campaigns coming to the end. Those are also issues that we'd have to delve into. Basically, campaigning is a whole other area of the science. Cost of cities, even though we're going to hold 1 election, it doesn't mean the cost can be reduced by half. We're going to have to go out and educate the voters on how to vote the new ballot. There is some research out there that says that this is going to be an ongoing cost that you're going to have to carry because every election cycle you're going to have to remind them. There is some evidence that there's higher error rates in a ranking choice voting than there is in a straight up and down vote. And then also we'd have to look at the campaign reporting periods. How many campaign reports are we going to have to carry through now? When are we going to require reports? So those things will have to change and those costs will have to be addressed. Again, this paper doesn't address that. It just makes mention of those things that we need to look at in the future. Does ranked choice voting help civility and negative campaigning? This claim was very hard to ascertain. Negative campaigning is a strategy. Voting in negative, the research in negative campaigning and voting turnout is very limited. The problem is that to actually research this well, you would have to know what the campaign strategy is, when they're going to drop the hit piece or the negative mail, who they're targeting, and what they're hoping the effect will be. The problem with this for political science is we're not allowed to be that intimate with the campaign. We're too involved. We're supposed to be hands-off. We're supposed to stand on the outside. That way there is no cause and effect by us being there. And us being out of it, it's much harder. So we use anecdotal evidence. We do research after the fact to try to figure what happened. Negative campaigns play a different role in partisan federal elections than local nonpartisan races. The cause and effect for civility. Some people argue that negative campaigning is the cause and the effect is the political discourse we have. Other people argue that the political discourse we have is the cause of negative effect, or is the why we have negative campaigning. The 24-hour news cycle has been indicted a few times. Social media is now being researched to see how it is affecting civility in the political realm. And then when you come to negative campaigning, you look at Bush v. Gore. In that campaign, we can look back at it and we can see that what Bush was trying to do through all the negative campaigning attacking Gore was he was trying to suppress the middle voters, the moderate voters in the middle of the distribution curve, because they're the easiest turned off by negative campaigning. And after a while, Gore had no choice but to respond. He couldn't let the attacks keep coming without attacking back. So he went negative. And towards the end of the campaign, that's all it was. And Bush's strategy actually played out very well for him. He won. He suppressed the middle voter. Usually when we look at returns after an election, it's a nice distribution curve. It may be skewed a little left, a little right, but it is a nice curve. In the Bush-Gore campaign, it was a W. There was a hump on the left, which was the liberal voters. The middle was depressed, and then there was a hump on the right, which was the conservative voters. So we know by looking at it after the fact that the strategy did play out well for Bush-Gore. So as far as this getting rid of negative campaigning, it's really hard to say. Like I said, it's hard to ascertain because nobody's actually researched into ranked choice voting and negative campaigning. Ranked choice moderate candidates. Again, it's hard to ascertain. There is no data. Nobody's researched this. Nobody's talked about it. When you're looking at how people are elected, they talk about partisan politics, partisan elections, and those effects. Nobody has researched really into nonpartisan municipal elections and moderate campaigns. Ranked choice one is spoiler effect. It will eliminate spoilers. Spoilers are candidates who are running to the outside of one of the major candidates, either to the right of a Republican or to the left of a Democrat, who can peel off enough votes and let the other party win. The other major party will win, even if that other party, the party that the spoiler is affecting, should have won the race. It's just an effect it has that's, it goes back to Arrow's theorem. There's always an issue with every time we take a collective action. We can't get rid of every problem. There is a possibility this will have a negative effect on third parties. Third parties arise because something happens in one of the main parties. There's a cleavage. They're not representing a group well enough, and they feel like they're not being heard, so they move out of the party and form a third party. If that third party ever becomes a threat to one of the main parties that's the closest aligned to it, what will happen is the main party will take a step in that direction on policy issues, try to absorb some of that third party's vote, and weaken the third party again. With this kind of voting, what I would see would happen is those parties wouldn't have to worry about taking that step to the left or to the right to absorb that other party, because their party will have done away with in the general election. Wasted vote. This is a concept where people talk about, if I vote for a third party candidate, I'm wasting my vote. So I'm going to vote for one of the main two parties. Well, what the voters are actually telling you is, I have utility in my vote, and the utility is not well enough that high enough that I'm going to vote for this third party candidate. I am willing to accept the policy preference and the issues of one of the main parties because that maximizes my utility. I can tell you in the '92 election, when Bush ran for re-election, I voted for Buchanan. I felt Bush had moved too far to the left for me. I knew Buchanan wasn't going to win. I'm very aware of that. I was also very aware that if Bush was damaged too much, that he would not be re-elected. But in my worldview at the time was there was not much difference between Bush and Clinton, so it didn't really matter who won from my utility. And my vote wasn't wasted, in my opinion. My vote was a message to Bush and the Republican Party that they were drifting too far to the right. wasted vote versus an exhausted vote. In ranked choice voting, you could have, let me go back into that screen real quick. One more. So if you had somebody vote for candidates B, D, and E, and they didn't finish their ballot, in the fourth round, their ballot would be gone. It wouldn't be counted. So the question is, what's the difference between a wasted vote and an exhausted vote? You're going to generate exhausted votes. San Francisco's been doing this style election since 2004. They have yet to have a candidate who's won with 50% of the ballots cast. Now they've won with 50% of the ballots counted, which is different. You still can't say it's a majority vote. All you can say is they received a majority of the votes counted, not the majority of the votes cast. That's what this slide's talking about. And also what happens is the more candidates there are in an election cycle, the more likely you're going to generate more exhausted votes, which could be a problem if you're talking about a majority candidate. Also, the only thing you really can say about the candidate who does win is he didn't win majority support. What he won was he was the least objectable, or they were least objectable. So you can't even say it's a majority support candidate. We can all say it's the least objective candidate that ran, because we don't know how many first place votes, how many second place votes, how many people actually voted all the way down the scale. Did he pick up fourth place votes and it wasn't really their favorite, but they hold their breath and they vote for him anyways? So it's kind of, those are the issues that we can't really address. We didn't really research it. It was something we'd have to look into. And the last thing on this one, it's non-monotoxicity, mathematical model that shows that as a candidate moves towards 50%, but not crossing it in the first ballot, and their support is solid, meaning that their supporters aren't going to move off of the other two candidates. They're not going to move from him or from them onto one of the two candidates. The odds of them losing are pretty good. What they're saying is this can happen about 15% of the time in this type of election. What we would see is you would have a candidate who has wide support through the community as a #1 spot, but still end up losing the election to a candidate who has weak support across the community as a #1 position. This is a very complicated mathematical computation. I can go into it deeper if someone wants to and explain how it works and show the math, but it is an issue that we'd have to pay attention to. Ranked choice voting in Provo. Looking at the last 2 election cycles, nobody who won their race, including the mayor, would have lost in ranked choice voting. The mayors might have been a little tighter without knowing more information on the election, how they were arrayed against each other. I still don't think she would have lost. I think she still would have cleared that 50% hurdle without a problem. If we're going to switch to ranked choice voting, the one thing we want to ensure is that voter participation does not fall off any more than it does. With nonpartisan municipal elections, every time they try to improve them and make them fair or without the party involved and more open, what we see in the history of it is voter turnout has decreased. So we already have low voter turnout for this. Wouldn't want to lower it any more than it already is. In fact, it would be nice if you can increase it somehow. We need to create some metrics. I mean, how you're going to measure this as a success? Voter turnout, is it cost? Are voters more engaged? Are voters more educated when they're making their votes? We also need to understand how it affects the campaigns. Does it become more costly? If it becomes more costly, we might get fewer people running for office. And what is the effect on the city? We have to look at campaign finance, how long we're going to make them report, when did we start the reporting, what happens if people start running a year and a half out. In the 1980s, when I started my career in campaigns, congressional races, we campaigned for a year. We had 6 months off, and then we started up. That 6 months was very loose. We were just working. We didn't start earnest campaigning for congressional seats now are 2-3 years out. So the things do change based on how races are conducted. And the things we need to be able to answer to the public is why change the system voting now? What are we trying to accomplish? What deficiencies are we trying to correct? We could use Open City Hall to address some of this, ask the public their opinion, gauge some support, give them some information, and then maybe research some sorry, my mouth is dry, specific issues into more depth. Maybe information costs, where are the information costs going to be shortcutted? Part of the research that has been going on right now is social media. People are getting more and more their voting cues from social media. Is that a good thing or bad thing? I guess it depends on your opinion and what you think of social media. But that would be something we could start drilling down into, is what kind of shortcuts the voter will use to get this information to increase their utility to turn out and vote. With that, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Magnus. I've got a question, but maybe it's for the rest of the council. That is one of the questions you posed there at the end, that it might be helpful to clarify my own thinking on this. But what is the problem we are thinking we might be able to solve, I guess, is the question. I'm wondering what my fellow councilors think would be. Any thoughts from the rest of you? Mr. Sewell?
I think originally one of the things that appealed to me about ranked choice voting was the idea that it would promote more civil campaigning and encourage a certain amount of moderation in the candidates that got elected. However, it is kind of sobering that somebody as thorough as John wasn't able to find any real solid research that would document that. So,
Mr. Harding?
So thank you for that presentation, John. That was really good. I think in science, whether it's political science or physical sciences, it's having the evidence to prove something and understanding those statistics. That is very important. And sometimes to get sufficient data, sufficient evidence to actually prove something is difficult to do. So it's important. A good scientist and a good, will always keep it clear in their mind, and when they present, are you talking about evidence that proves something, and then there's also evidence that disproves something, and then there's often a wide space in the middle where you can have indications of things, but it doesn't raise to the level of proof. But just because there's an evidence that proves something does not mean that it's not true. It's a similarly high bar to disprove something. And then you get into anecdotes and all of that. But I do believe that there is evidence that ranked choice voting does improve civility. The results are mixed. It's not. It's definitely not proved, but there is evidence of that. So I think that is one of the reasons why I'm interested in it. The spoiler effect, I think, is also that one is you can prove that. And kind of related with that is allowing voters to vote their conscience, rather than trying to be strategic about, if I want this one the most, but I'm most scared about this candidate being elected. So instead of voting for who I really would like to represent me, I'm going to vote for the person I think is most likely to prevent the one that I don't want to represent me, kind of thing. And that goes away with ranked choice voting. There was, we at the end of the presentation, we talked about having metrics and whatnot. And right now, I think that the state has been very interested in collecting some of those metrics, and I hope everyone has seen the results from Vineyard and Payson, who participated this past time. And I don't know if they're going to do that in every community that joins in, but I'm certain that in the next round, we'll get a good cross section at least of communities that participate with the surveys at the end, and that looked at both voter satisfaction as well as candidate satisfaction, and I think that's we saw it positive with this last go round, very positive results in satisfaction. I think that's encouraging, and I would expect that I would expect that we could do that for Provo as well, make sure that our voters are satisfied, more satisfied with this new system, candidates are more satisfied. But to me, voter satisfaction, candidate satisfaction, is important, but not as important as voter satisfaction. But both of those actually, to me, are not as important as better representation, getting, having a system that produces candidates that better represent the will of the people, the desire of the people. To me, that is the most important thing, and we call it that the state has kind of called it ranked choice voting, and I think it makes sense to continue to call it that, just so to not increase confusion. But that the type of ranked choice voting that we're looking at is the instant runoff voting. There are other types that I think are superior to the instant runoff, but I'm confident. I've been convinced that even the instant runoff voting is superior to our current system and is, in my opinion, a step in the right direction. So I hope someday we'll have an even better even better system in place, but for the time being, I think this is a step in the right direction. So those are most of the reasons why I'm supportive of this and would like to see Provo participate in this pilot opportunity that the state has given us.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. That's helpful for me. I posed my question not because I didn't have my own thoughts on it, but I just thought it was a good question to kind of focus our discussion. Because it's one thing to sort of debate the merits of the proposal, but I think I think that's a good metric to use, in judging whether or not it's appropriate for us locally. So anyway, I appreciate your thoughts and perspective on that. Mr. Fillmore and then Mr. Shipley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking personally, I'm quite intrigued by ranked voting. I think it merits further investigation on our part. And number one, I do believe it will enhance civility. I think we're all tired of negative attack campaigning, 15-second, 30-second attack ads that don't really add anything to your knowledge base, really. And even though there's not a whole lot of data on that, because ranked voting is relatively new, I think it's just intuitive. It's intuitive. It's a matter of human nature that candidate is not going to shoot himself in the foot by antagonizing or alienating a particular voting bloc. And I just think that it's common sense to me. Secondly, I like the idea that this could eliminate spoilers, that we don't end up in the end with some perhaps more extreme candidate that draws votes away that really couldn't ever muster a majority. but he can adversely affect an election. The other thing is, I think it does have the potential for eliminating extremes, where you have somebody, for example, somebody on the far right versus somebody on the far left on your final ballot, and you really don't like either one of them, but you're put to a choice, sometimes a devil's choice. Exhibit A for many people was the last two presidential cycles. You had candidates representing both parties, and a lot of people really were not too warm towards, but it was the only choice they had. And a lot of people held their nose and voted for somebody because they tried to weigh probabilities, but it was not an ideal candidate from either party. Certainly that was my impression, my feelings. So I'd like to study this further and give it a good look.
Shipley.
Yeah, I appreciate us having this conversation. I guess one of the things that I was thinking, and I keep thinking as we revisit the idea of ranked choice voting, is that for me, there's this idea that it puts potentially some undue weight on the fifth or sixth or seventh candidate. And just, I guess, bear with me for a minute. I mean, if you have a recalculation that goes into the second or third round to get to that 50% number, and you take the lowest person who got the lowest amount of ballots to do that recalculation, that first round or second round or third round, you're basically taking the lowest vote getter and redistributing their votes and putting more weight on those than, say, the third most, if that makes sense. So in essence, you know, one of the things that Mr. Harding pointed out is that we'll kind of end the strategic voting, like maybe people won't try to be so strategic about who they're voting for, right? But I think it has actually the opposite effect potentially, which is if I vote for the lowest, who I think will be the lowest vote getter coming into the election, my vote could have more weight than the people who voted for the middle 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 candidates. It could skew the weight of somebody who's getting the lowest vote getter as more important than the middle vote getter. So for me, there's something strange about that. I think it does create kind of a weird incentive in some races. I don't think I can't find any data on that occurring, in practice. All I can find is articles about the potential of something like that happening. And that bothers me enough to, I guess, just pause and say, okay, I see a lot of the advantages of this, but I want to make sure that we don't create other, issues that we just haven't seen yet because it's so new.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate that folks want to make our elections more civil, and I respect that people don't always like the two-party system or picking between two candidates that they don't like. Here in Provo, though, that's not, to me, this doesn't seem like a tremendous issue. I haven't seen really negative campaigns. I don't think I've ever seen a really negative or a negative mailer on any candidate. Maybe you have, maybe I'm out in left field here, but in Provo specifically, I've never seen a really negative campaign. I've seen it at different levels within our state, but I haven't seen it locally. And I also, like I said, I'm glad that we're thinking of ways to kind of move away from partisanship, but the city's already done that because we don't have partisan local elections, which I think is really great. So some of the highest priorities that we have or problems that we want to solve, we've honestly already solved, or candidates just aren't participating in, right? So I'm looking for more reasons to support this because we already have nonpartisan elections and people are really well behaved. Like I said, I haven't seen a lot of negative campaigning.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I'm weighing, I appreciated Mr. Shipley's question or concern. I'm just trying to figure if we have time, or I'd love to talk with you about it a little bit more. I guess my first response, though, just real quick, I'll keep it really brief, but if you wanted to help a candidate, the best way to help the candidate would be to put them as your first vote. Voting for the least popular one, hoping that then your vote would get counted. It only gets, it's kind of a backwards way of getting it. But besides, basically to get elected, the person still needs to get a majority of the votes. And so, it all gets there, but I'd be happy to explore that with you a little bit more, and kind of even sketch out some things to try to model what you're talking about and explore that a little bit more. And then just some thoughts about Provo specifically. It has been a little bit now, and I can't even remember what year it was, but my district in particular, there was a particularly nasty campaign that I'd say was worse than any presidential campaign that I've seen. I'm sure there's some locations across the country where some local ones get worse than what we saw here, but it was pretty bad. And then even more recently, kind of going back to that strategic or trying to avoid spoilers, I think within the last 4 years we had allegations of one candidate meeting with another candidate, asking them to drop out so they wouldn't split the vote and whatnot. So I think that ranked choice voting can affect some aspects that we have seen here in Provo. But anyway, those are just some thoughts that I had when listening to the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Yeah, we're out of time on this item, but I'm wondering if there's a general consensus on the council that this is something worthy of maybe an open city hall survey to get some public input on and further discussion. Mr. Sewell?
I had generally been supportive of this all along because of its theoretical advantages, but more recently I have grown a little bit more concerned about it. One of my concerns is this particular form of it, and Mr. Harding mentioned there are a number of different forms, but this one does away with the primary, and I'm a little concerned about that. I think it might almost be better to utilize it if there's a primary of, say, 4 or more people, to use the ranked choice in that, and then go into a traditional vote in the end. So that's one concern I have. And then the other one is just right now we're in just such a bitter partisan environment and concerns about elections and things, and I'm just not sure the timing is the best on this right now either.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, if we have time, I'd be interested in hearing from the mayor. It looks like her hand's up, so.
I have Mr. Jones and the mayor. Go ahead, Mr. Jones. You're muted.
Just really quickly, I thought Mr. Sewell's comment was a good segue into just framing the discussion. Recognize, and we've been over a lot of this before, so I'll try to be brief, but the ranked choice voting is a pilot program in the state right now. It is not an authorized vote. It is not an authorized method of conducting elections, except for the state legislature creating a pilot program that runs from now to 2026 that allows it. If it were not for that state statute, it couldn't even be considered as a method of voting within the state. And because it is a pilot project, the state has not delegated to cities, because the state preempts cities on election law. The state has not delegated to cities the ability to, by law, to pass ordinances or create laws implementing this form of voting, or for example, with Mr. Sewell's comment, changing the method of doing it. Instead, there's a pilot program run by the state that cities can opt into. The method for opting into that is that if the city wants to participate in any given odd numbered year election, meaning 2021, The city has to provide written notice to the Lieutenant Governor by April 15th of 2021 that the city desires to participate in 2021. They also have to have a written statement from the city recorder indicating that they have the resources and capability necessary to participate in the pilot program. I've mentioned this a number of times before, that it's my reading of the statute that because this is not something that the state delegates legislative lawmaking authority regarding to the cities, that the opt-in is actually an administrative function. That now there's been some debate, and I'm aware that there is potentially a bill being run this year that may change that. Obviously, the legislative session hasn't started yet, and we won't know until it does whether that bill runs, and if we won't know whether it passes, we won't know what the effective date of it is and whether it's effective before April 15th or not. But those are just some points to consider in weighing this out.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mayor?
Thank you, Council Chair Handley, and thanks, John. That was a real thorough presentation. I really appreciate it. I was just trying to recall, and if I recall correctly, I reached out to Mayor Wright and Mayor Fulmer shortly after they were the only two cities in the whole state that chose to do the pilot program. And if I remember correctly, there was only 6 candidates for the 3 seats, so they didn't really even have to implement the ranked choice voting. I've been involved in 4 campaigns, 2 school board, 1 local city, and 1 statewide. And just as a reminder, and John, I'd love to sit down and talk to you about my run for mayor. There were 11 candidates in my campaign. And when I think back to ranked choice voting, I think by the time citizens may have gotten to number 3, 4, or 5, they might have thrown their arms up. I know a lot of you have run unopposed, or maybe one other candidate, or maybe I'm trying to think of Council Member Ellsworth. I think she had more than just a couple. And oh, yeah. So it's really tricky. If you want to talk about a tricky campaign, talk to me about running for mayor with 11 candidates. I think I ended up doing close to 17 debates and was only given 3 minutes, because by the time you let 11 people speak, it was brutal. So I was really relieved to get into the primary and come out of it. I wrote down a few notes because sleep has not been my friend lately this year. And so I tend to write and think of things in the middle of the night. And so I just kind of wrote, when I saw this was on the agenda, I counseled with my advisors in the mayor's office and got their opinion. It seemed like we were all on the same page, but I just wrote a few thoughts I wanted to share on it as well. So I want you to know I have an open mind about ranked choice voting, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to have Provo dive in. One of my biggest concerns is the guinea pig factor, meaning I would love to see Ogden or Salt Lake City take it, let someone else, and I kind of compared it to, in the world of technology, we know there's always a group of early adopters who go out and buy the latest cutting edge gadgets. That sounds exciting, but for most of us, the best course is to wait a while. In time, the product either improves and gets cheaper, or its weaknesses come to light and it fades away. I believe that being an early adopter of ranked choice voting is not the smartest move for Provo. Instead, I think the best path for now is to stick with the time-honored method of voting we already have. If within coming years, we hear from more and more cities that ranked choice voting is clearly preferred by citizens, we can always jump ship then. I will say that I think only a handful of people, including myself in Provo, get geeked out about municipal elections, because to us, the idea of evaluating and ranking a list of municipal candidates is enamoring. For most folks, though, I think it's tough enough just trying to learn about the 2 candidates in a primary and then choose which one of the 2 to vote for. Frankly, I think most residents looking at a ranked choice ballot for municipal elections will feel like throwing their hands in the air and not out of celebration. I could be wrong, but I say we let other cities proceed with this new method. Let's hear what their citizens say. In my mind, I believe that's the right path for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we're out of time on this item. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to make a motion, or if this is going to be something that we'll just talk further about in leadership, and if a council member desires to bring it forward. I mean, I threw out the idea of either having a an additional conversation about this, or using Open City Hall, but I don't know if it's necessary to decide that right at this moment. But Mr. Strachan, go ahead.
I would say at this point, you've heard it a number of times, unless we have two council members or the chair of the council wants us to bring it back and revisit it, I don't know that we need to bring it back. So what I'd say is, if you want to bring it back, let's have a couple council members indicate so at some point between now and April.
Okay. Mr. Sewell?
Just one last comment. I think it would be important to get some clarification on whether the council really even has a role in this decision, just based on what Brian said. Because if it truly is an administrative decision, then I would prefer, I think it's not a good thing for us to continue.
What Stan Lockhart has said is, he's the lobbyist promoting it in the legislature, but what he says is the statute is unclear who actually makes that decision. And as the mayor noted, I think Brian noted that there is an effort in the legislature to make it the governing body. And so I think there's a good chance that it will be the governing body. And so if you want to bring it back as a council, that'll be your right, recognizing that the mayor has concerns. But it sounds like if at this point it's a little bit of wait and see.
All right. Well, wait and see seems like a good point of discussion on. And I think if there's more information or a different angle on this that members of the council want to explore, then they're of course welcome to put that forward. And Brian's let us know that April is sort of the outside term limit or time limit for getting that done in time for this next election. So we can just keep that in mind. But we very much appreciate the mayor's feedback on this, and I think we would like to be on the same page as much as possible, no matter what we do.
I would just follow up with on Cliff's comment and say one tricky thing here, and maybe the bill will try to address this somehow, but current year legislative bills usually do not take effect until May. So it's not clear to me how a fix in this year's legislature would actually change the ability to participate in this year, unless they rush it through and pass it ahead of time and get the governor's signature and put an earlier effective date, which is a possibility, but that's something we'd have to watch for. Or they may amend the April 15th date as well. So.
Very helpful. Thank you. All right, we'll move on then to, we've lost some of the time that we gained, but we're okay. But we'll move on to item number 7, which is a resolution appropriating a combined $134,000 in the general fund for a wildland mitigation program, a behavioral health services provider, and a continuity of operations plan. This will be presented by David Mortensen, Budget Officer, and Fire Chief Jim Miguel, and we have 15 minutes for this item.
Chair Handley, members of the council, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. The very first thing I'd like to do is give you a rundown on our summer and the revenues, the amount of billables that we, I am just getting control here. And let's, can we go back a slide, Hannah? I'm not able to. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I wanted to give you a rundown on this year's wildland activities. We spent several weeks, actually it would be months, with units out of Provo and in 4 of our western states. And as a result of that, we had a grand total of receivables, if you will, from 3 different sources, from the state of Utah and from California twice, of just about $685,000. That includes reimbursable expenses that we had for things like hotel rooms while they traveled, hours and hours and hours. And so that is the money we are expected to receive in the next 5 to 6 months from those 3 different sources. Our costs for having our personnel gone, our hard costs, the overtime costs or the personnel expenses were about $300,000. Now I've rounded those up a little bit because there are some payroll expenses on overtime, and also we are still auditing. There are literally thousands of hours to audit in this program, and we're going through and we're auditing to put a fine tip on that. And then we have some non-reimbursed expenses that we are paying for, but the revenue we anticipate will be somewhere in the area of $375,000 for the summer work that we did throughout the Western United States. And I share that with you first because before I get into the asks, I am hoping to take some of that revenue and reinvest it in our wildland program, in our emergency preparedness, and in our people. Could you move forward a slide, Hannah? Thank you. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is a wildland mitigation and education analyst. As you know, you've heard me say many times that we have several threats in Provo when it comes to wildland fires. We sat very late in the wildland year and we watched a fire burn just across the river. I should say I watched it burn. Our firefighters were actively engaged in the suppression of that fire and the operations of the leadership of that fire. But and then it was just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, I think it was, that we had a fire just outside of the Timpview High School parking lot that made a run at several of our homes in Northeast Provo. And we know that we have a significant wildland threat. And we also know that the time to get started on mitigating the summer threat is in the wintertime. We have a lot of work that we have to do in order to, there's a several pronged approach that we want to take. Each one of our employees now in Provo Fire and Rescue have a full-time job. And this is, for at least the next 6 months, this is another full-time job. And so we are asking for the money to hire a part-time analyst. It'd be a part-time position, nearly full-time for about 5 months. And our goal would be to achieve a partnership with the community. We would do a tremendous amount of public education. We would also do some enforcement. We have not done the enforcement that we should have done in the past years. And then there are properties that are our responsibility to mitigate, and we haven't necessarily done as well as we could have done in that. But what we're trying to do is develop a long-term strategy for dealing with this every winter and every spring, so that every fall we don't all have to sit with holding our breath. And we are, this program would involve taking all of our interface lands, what we call our WUI, or wildland urban interface lands, and rating those particular problems. I, for example, use the problem we had where we had the fire just above the Timpview High School parking lot. If that fire had been 400 feet, maybe 500 feet to the south, that fire would have run that draw, and we would have had that fire running up against dozens of homes that would be very difficult to defend. And that is one of the areas that we are very concerned about. So we would rate our fire problems in different areas. We would abate those problems in the order of risk. And to abate, we would work with our community partners and our state and federal partners. we have discovered that with some investment from Provo, there are some state and federal funds that might come fivefold what we've invested in the program in funding and resources, human resources and equipment to actually come and to help us with some of the problems that we have. So we're looking for about 1,000-hour employee, education funds, and then matching funds for available grants for mitigation and equipment. We look to develop, like I said, this is not a program that we want to develop for this particular fire season. We are looking for long-term solutions to the challenges that we have, so that we know what we will do. We prioritize them. We will know what we do first every single winter, every single spring, and it'll just be a job that needs to be taken care of every year. In the spirit of full disclosure, again, this is a critical component of wildland fire safety. And when we come to our budget adoption, this coming the fiscal year 22 budget, I will likely bring another request to you so that we can, in fact, make this part of our effective wildland program throughout the city. The cost what I'm asking for in this particular program is $45,000. And as I said, there are part-time wages, there are public materials and education. I don't know why I'm not able to control this. Hannah, do you have the ability to? Thank you. The second program that we are looking to advance this spring is our continuity of operations program. The federal government, FEMA, requires that, or I shouldn't say they require, but one of the functions that they look at when they come in to help a city with a major catastrophe is their continuity of operation plan. They want to see a plan that says that the city of Provo anticipated things that would disrupt city government, and they had a plan to deal with those. Now, one of the reasons that this is coming up now is that we have had a major disruption now in city government. We've had a lot of people working from home. We've learned a great deal about what it's like to have to kind of evacuate this building and work in different locations and try to keep city government running. But a continuity of operations plan includes the essential functions of a city, the succession and delegation of authority, keeping these facilities running, keeping communications, our vital records, human capital, and then once we have this plan, we have to test it and train on it, and then we are working on the things that we need to develop in order to meet the FEMA standards. So we have asked an expert. We have found someone who can come in and help us with this and take the things that we have learned. We have all had experiences, but we have so far not been able to bring all those experiences together and quantify them in all of the different departments. Our hope is to bring somebody in to help us to do that, somebody that's professionally or that's a professional at writing these plans. And in order to do that, we have received an estimate of $10,000. Again, we will be able to take all of the information that we have that we've learned in the last 8 months or so, 9 months, and be able to bring that together and address these things. Just an example. We found when this hit, we didn't have enough computers, and we didn't have enough VPN connections to get everybody out of this building and still function. Those are the kinds of things that we need to capture. We need to see how we have solved that problem and what we need to do to better it in the event that, let's say, there was physical damage to this building. The other thing that we need to consider is we are about to move into, excitingly, we are about to move into a new building, and it will be here before you know it. And we have to make this plan so that it will address our new facility also. So we're looking, our emergency manager, Chris Blinzinger, is looking forward to getting started on the continuity of operations plan. But the assistance that we will need for him, we're asking for $10,000. Next slide, Hannah. The next, there we go. The next request is personal. The times that we are seeing are unprecedented for public safety. And I want you to know that Chief Ferguson is on also. And as I speak to you, I represent Chief Ferguson and myself. We have been looking for a way to serve our people, a way to take care of their needs, their emotional needs, and to provide them the help that they might need in this difficult time. It is tough to do a job when you don't know what's around the next corner, and it's certainly tough to do a job when nobody's very happy to see you and you're trying to just do your best and serve the community. We also know that in police and fire, there are twice as many suicides as there are line of duty deaths in both occupations nationwide. And we feel very strong that we need to do something about that. And so we put out an RFP looking for a behavioral health service for all police officers, firefighters, civilian employees in both those departments, and our dispatch center, our emergency communications people. And we have found a company, and their name is Stepstone, and they are a professional critical incident stress management organization that is focused on the behavioral health of the public safety organizations that they serve. So as I said, this would be Provo Fire and Rescue, Provo Emergency Communications, and the Provo Police Department. They would provide training resources. They would provide counseling and therapy services. The one exciting piece of this is that there would be a mandatory wellness visit once a year, and they would have an opportunity to sit with a counselor and just talk about things. And the experience that they're having and the experience that some of us have had is that even though you might be a little hesitant to go into that meeting, you find that once you're there and the right questions are asking, the floodgates open and you have an opportunity to talk. And so we are looking forward to getting our people a resource that they can sit and talk to. Not only that, but they have a commitment that within 48 or 24 to 48 hours, we will be in front of them. The person that is in crisis can be in front of them. If not physically, they can be virtually. We've become accustomed to this method of this way of life now. And so if we had somebody that was in crisis and they were able to call or willing to call, they could actually get a counselor and they could be on the phone on a teleconference with that counselor. And this is for those times where it's very, very dark in the middle of the night. They may be alone. They may be contemplating something that is unheard of, and we want to be able to provide assistance for them. They not only provide individual, but group and family sessions. As you know, as a firefighter or police officer, we are not the only ones involved in the occupation. Our families are neck deep in it also, and have the ability to have them be part of this counseling program would be very, very advantageous to most of our families. Next slide, Hannah. The one other thing I wanted to mention before I forget, and that is this is not to take the place of our EAP. This is not marriage counseling. It's not financial counseling. It's not any of those things. This is critical. This is critical intervention. This is a time when firefighters and police officers are at their wits' end. They've seen something that they can't unsee. They've had an experience they can't unexperience, and they need to talk to somebody. And so you're probably aware, but both the police and fire departments have peer support resources. We have firefighters and police officers that are trained in how to talk to our firefighters and how to help them, how to try to get them to open up and then to seek help. And the one thing that we have not had to this point is that outlet. somewhere for our peer counselors to take our employee and hook them up with these services so that they can get the professional help that they need. So they would not only provide peer support, but they would provide peer support training for all of us and for our teams, for our peer support teams. If we were to have the shooting incidents or the fire, the fatality, the injuries, whatever it might be in the fire department, we would have the ability to have them on site to do critical incident stress debriefing as needed. And then from that debriefing, follow up with those that were impacted so that they can get the help they need before it gets that dark. And then they have a 24/7 responsive resource line, and they assist individuals with access to higher levels of care. They can assist them with substance abuse problems that they might have. They can assist them with inpatient needs. They can assist them with psychiatric needs. They can be the conduit between this service and a greater level of care. The RFP that we put out was answered again. It was the most responsive RFP was received by Stepstone, and that proposal was an amount not to exceed $79,000 for the year. Again, that includes a single visit for all employees in both organizations, and then up to 6 visits for any employee or all employees that would be in need. And the services would begin in January of 2021, so next month. And so that brings our total request in those 3 items to $134,000. And I'd love to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Harding?
Thank you, Chief. I think you spent a lot of time going through the details of these requests, and did a great job explaining them and explaining the need. But in this case, you really had me at hello, and I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves, but I'd be surprised if I'm the only one that feels that way. Perhaps I'm looking at this wrong, but I see our wildland assistants as our employees going above and beyond the call of duty, above and beyond their roles, and instead of them, reaping the direct financial rewards for that, it comes back to the city, to the tune of somewhere around $375,000, and now you're requesting not even half of that back, and what you're asking for is that money just to help our citizens to be safer with the wildland interface mitigations that you talked about, and the continuity of operations. Again, that is just to further benefit the community, and then just the small amount to give the support, which I think is what we should be providing anyway, to our first responders, so that they can be healthier, and which again is a benefit to our own community broadly, to have our first responders cared for. So I mean, this is probably the easiest and easiest decision for me, as well as something that I feel that the strongest about. If I may, just a couple of thoughts. You talked about hard costs, overtime and some hard costs, and maybe this is why that there's still more than half of that money that comes back. But I hope we're also have a plan for the soft costs and wear and tear on our vehicles. With some of the other operations we have, we have funds that can accumulate money to help offset replacement and maintenance that will happen years down the line. So I just hope that we're making sure that we're preparing for higher maintenance costs or earlier replacement of this gear. You talked about it with the wildland interface, the urban interface mitigation, and moving that into the ongoing budget. I would also like to see the support services that you've talked about. I think those should be baseline expenses that are, and services that are provided to our first responders, not something that should be requested, each year, based on these incremental revenues. That it should just be part of that base. And then just a final thought. We again, I guess this goes back to the soft costs. And I'll leave it up to you to make these. Obviously, I have full confidence in you that that you're taking all of this into consideration. But some of those soft costs are also the impacts that these extended separations are. When we have these firefighters go out for weeks at a time, that has impacts on their families and on their personal lives and whatnot. And if the overtime is proper compensation, then great. But I hope that we're taking care of them for the services that they're providing. At some point we may need to call in people from other places, and we'll have that favor returned to us. But again, this is service that they're providing that's directly benefiting Provo, and so I hope that's properly being taken care of, them for their families and their personal lives. And so I'm thrilled to support this request, and if you'll extend our appreciation to all of our first responders, and then particularly for those who have gone above and beyond and gone out to serve on the wildland fires.
Let me remind everybody that we're over time here, and we are going to be discussing this again this evening. So I just want to make that clear before we continue. Mr. Fillmore?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I'm 100% in favor of the chief's proposal. I think this is a classic example of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we need to show that we fully support our first responders here in the city.
Mr. Sewell?
Just wanted to add my ditto or exclamation point to all the expressions of appreciation that you've heard. Thank you, Chief.
We feel of the support of the mayor's office and the council every day, and we get the notes, and when something happens and something goes well, we feel of that support with your emails and with your comments, and just in this kind of forum, and they will see this, and they will know that you love them like I do.
Thank you, Chief, and please extend our thanks to Chief Ferguson as well. And we'll come back to this item again this evening, and we appreciate this information. And it sounds like there's a lot of support. I know I feel it as well. So
thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll move on then to our item number 8, which is a discussion regarding the reconsideration of land use patterns near State Street in Southeast Provo. We have 30 minutes for this item, and this will be presented by Shannon Ellsworth.
Okay. All right. Do we actually have 30 minutes, or do we have less time?
We actually have 30 minutes.
Okay, because I can speed it up.
We're almost back to where we were in terms of time. So I just need everyone to be watching that.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, I just wanted to take some time and talk about the trends that we're seeing along State Street specifically, and bring to your attention what that could mean going forward. So This is really focused on the South State Street corridor and land uses there. But if we do want to make changes, we do need to implement that into our Southeast area plan so that the staff understands where our support is, what our objectives are, so they can clearly give that direction to developers who are interested. So if you can see this, this is a snapshot, a screenshot from the Southeast area plan. This is the future land use map. And all of this orange where my cursor is, there's an orange with a hatch. That's all zoned, not zoned, I'm sorry. That's all designated on our future land use map as MDR or medium density residential. And in the Southeast area plan, it's projected that that would allow 1,350 apartments or townhomes in this stretch right here. So it's about a mile long, maybe a little less than a mile. Yeah, probably less than a mile. But that's what's going on right there. The max density for MDR is 30 units per acre. This plan was created in 2015, 5 years ago, and that's what developers have been building. That's what we told them they could build. That's what we've supported to date. But this is creating an unusual trend, and I'm hoping that you'll help me reconsider it. Let's see here. Our next slide. This is a map that I made, and each of these orange dots represents one housing unit. So one apartment or one townhome. And right now there's 533 orange dots because 533 apartments or townhomes have been approved in this area. Tonight, we will hear another development that would potentially add over 200 more apartments and townhomes, and that's represented with these brown dots. And then these yellow dots are older multifamily developments. The yellow dots is hard to see, but each one represents a townhome or an apartment that was built prior to 2015. Most of them were built 10 to 50 years ago. So that housing stock is aging. But that's the current trend, right? Is we're seeing a lot of MDR, obviously. We're seeing a lot of apartments and a lot of townhomes. And I'm just really interested in diversifying housing types here and promoting some commercial development. So right now, this illustrates where we're headed. If we approve the development that we will hear about later today, then in this neighborhood, the Spring Creek neighborhood, 41% of the housing units will be apartments. 1% is multifamily. I'm not totally sure how that's different from apartments. 42% would be single family attached, which is townhomes. 8% would be manufactured homes. 6% would be single family detached, and 3% is duplexes. So that's where we're headed. We're very close to accomplishing this. So if we were to approve tonight's development, we would see 83% of this neighborhood be townhomes and apartments. So these are the trends. This purpose of MDR is defined in our code. It says, the MDR zone is established to provide a suitable environment for medium density residential uses. This zone is generally located in or near the central area of the city and in areas where there is a substantial demand for multiple dwelling units as indicated in the general plan. So I do like the MDR zone. 30 units per acre I think is great and necessary in different pockets all over town, but I think it's ideal for the central area of the city where there are really strong transportation options, right? There's diverse transportation options and there's a lot of amenities as well. That's what's unique about downtown is there's just so many amenities. And we hope to provide more amenities by the Front Runner station. And I think we could provide a lot of amenities by the mall if that were to redevelop. So this, again, is the current development pattern. All of these have been approved and are under construction. And this is what that corridor will look like. So my proposal, as I have said before, is that we update the Southeast area plan just a little bit. I like most of the plan, and I wish that we were implementing more of the plan. But I do want to adjust that area that's just really heavy on MDR. And what I'd like to see is us incorporate lower density zones. This would allow citizens to upsize or downsize in the area, offering longer-term housing options. It would allow citizens with diverse housing needs, life stages, or socioeconomic profiles to move in and around this area. And then I'd also like to see us strengthen and expand commercial nodes. This would reduce costs to the school district by providing commercial properties. It would provide amenities for people here. It would capitalize on future traffic flows. So if you remember from our transportation, what was that? Our transportation retreat, Mag said that this area would be the future bottleneck, the future pinch point of the whole county. So we can just expect a ton of traffic coming through the State Street and coming on I-15 in this area because the valley is just going to explode on the south part of the valley. So all of these people will be coming north for work. And if we had any kind of store or commercial venue there, then those people might stop and go to the bank. They might stop and get a burger on their way home from work. They might stop and get groceries. There's a lot of different opportunities. So let's see. My vision is that this corridor would look more like 400 South in Springville. 400 South has a cemetery on it. 400 South has single family residential. It has multifamily residential. It has, I think, a retirement home complex. But then it also has these commercial uses. There is a grocery store too, actually. But if that's not feasible for Southeast Provo, then I think these other commercial opportunities would be worthwhile, right? So 400 South in Springville has a car wash. They have a bank. They have this big complex of dentist office, pediatrics office, orthodontists, specialists in this multiplex of office buildings. And they have an Intermountain Healthcare, an Instacare. And those are the kinds of services I know that citizens of this area would appreciate and would use, and that people who will in 20 years be commuting on this road, they could take advantage of. So these are some of the citizen concerns. You've gotten many of the same emails that I have. Folks are saying we need more businesses. To go grocery shopping, we have to take the freeway over to Springville or deal with downtown traffic. That's very, very common in Southeast Provo, is that folks just find it easier to shop in Springville. People are saying I would love to have more things nearby, especially so I can walk up and down State Street. Let's see, regarding South Provo, we need more commercial development. One woman wrote in, being close to retirement in a few years, it saddens me to think that at some point my husband and I may have to move out of this area for lack of proximity to grocery stores and other useful amenities. After Allen's closed years ago, it left us with no nearby grocery store, and Smith's and Macy's are not considered nearby. The majority of my neighborhood shops at Walmart in Springville, thus helping that city's tax base. And I feel like that's a really helpful perspective because I'm not aging. I'm like in my retirement years. I appreciate that people are bringing that perspective and telling me that, you know, we don't want to have to drive really far. Maybe we're not comfortable driving really far. Maybe we're not comfortable crossing through Provo with all this traffic. We'd like something closer to our home. And maybe that's a doctor's office for aging residents. Maybe that's a bank. Maybe that is a grocery store. Those are the kinds of things I hope that we'll consider. Here's another comment. It says, I thought our neighborhood plan required nice businesses along State Street instead of more and more dense housing. I hope the council will have the foresight to make a community here rather than just a place where people live but shop elsewhere. That would also bring much needed revenue to Provo and would stop all the people in Southeast Provo from driving to Springville for groceries and business as we currently have to do. So this is my proposal to the council, is that we ask our staff to maybe reconsider these land uses, if you are concerned like I am, and to incorporate lower density zones and to incorporate strengthened and expanded commercial nodes. What questions or concerns can I help with?
Mr. Fillmore.
I'd just like to say that I applaud Council Member Ellsworth's initiative in this regard. I believe it's long overdue. I look forward to anything we can do within reason to enhance the southeast quadrant of the city. I think the things that she is proposing would have a very nice aesthetic benefit. It would create greater availability to stores for the neighbors there, so they're not inconvenienced having to go a good distance. It would increase the city's tax revenue. It would give more of a neighborhood atmosphere to that area. It would also beautify our south entranceway. I think if we can coordinate this with some enhancements to State Street there with UDOT and UTA, it can all be a very nice package.
Thanks for that. The Southeast Area Plan has some great ideas and prescriptions for enhancing State Street. Some of them are long range and we won't get them implemented in the next 5 years. Some of them I think we should have already implemented. Yeah, we'll keep working on it. Any other concerns?
Yeah, I would echo what Mr. Fillmore said. I think I stand with you on this. I think these are very reasonable and important sort of balancing mitigations that we are overdue on. I guess the only concern I have is really pragmatic, not in terms of the philosophy, and that is just with regard to creating, I guess it's a matter of incentivizing in the right way and knowing that we have some degree of confidence that in so doing, we would actually get what we wanted. I think what worries me a little bit is that we say what we want, which means what we don't want, and then a property just ends up being stalled out, like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It doesn't go in the bad direction we didn't want it to go in, but it doesn't actually go in the positive direction we want it to go in because there aren't enough incentives, or we can't get businesses to come in there, or we can't get the right kind of housing in there. So I don't know if you have thoughts on that, but that's my only lingering anxiety is not any by any means opposition to what you're suggesting. Is just what can we do to make sure that we actually get the results that we want, and we don't end up as we often do in Provo, it feels, with parcels that just don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think that there's a couple of things that we should consider. One, I don't think the planners would recommend something that was totally contrary to what the market would appeal to. And two, I personally am comfortable with waiting on key parcels. I think it's worth waiting on key parcels, worth preserving key parcels. Sometimes citizens, and maybe we are susceptible to, we might believe that we get to pick between a patch of weeds and what's on the screen that a developer has presented. But I don't think that we have to pick between those two all the time. I think that we maybe have to wait on a patch of weeds until we get something better, something that actually works for our community. So yeah, we definitely will be accommodating to the market and recommendations.
Mr. Harding?
Thank you. I can support revisiting the Southeast Master Plan. I definitely am supportive of increasing amenities in our city in areas that are underserved by those amenities. Talked about levels of service in the past, and definitely as areas increase in density and in just population, it makes sense to have more amenities there. So I'm definitely supportive of that. And if we have concerns about how our plan is being implemented, or the direction of the community based on the plan, I think we're all interested in building healthy communities, and I can easily support tweaks to the area master plan as we have new zoning tools and new approaches to achieve the vision. I'm happy to support updating the area plan to accommodate those new tools. If we are looking at changing kind of the overall vision or aspects of the vision that went into that area master plan, I think two things we would be wise to look at. One is the context that went into the decisions that were made. Let's make sure that we understand why those decisions were made in the first place, and then if we decide, that we don't agree with them anymore and we want to change them, that's one thing. But we should at least understand why these decisions were made in the first place. And then the second thing is I think we need to follow the process. This plan was adopted 5 years ago, but it wasn't conceived of 5 years ago, and there was I believe at least 3 public meetings that it went through before the council approved it. It went through some significant revisions between those meetings. It was developed with a very involved process of neighbor input. Was ultimately written by our professional staff, and so again, I'm happy to revisit it. I'm happy to ask ourselves if that vision needs to be updated. But I hope that we follow that same process. We get the same level of public input. We get the same, we don't shortcut it. And anyway, so that would be my request if we are going to revisit this. But yes, I think it's important to make sure that the developments that we're approving are going to get us the desired outcomes that we want to see.
Gotcha. I am not even considering throwing out this plan. I think there's some tweaks that need to be made. I don't even think they're really substantial. So yeah, I appreciate that feedback. I do think that this council and the planning commission and the staff should have the flexibility to change course sometimes. Right now, the staff feels really, and I apologize for speaking for them, but I think they feel really beholden to these plans, and they don't feel like they can give developers any leeway. Even if they see some undesirable trend, they feel like they must follow this plan. And what I'd like to see is that this body and the planning commission and the staff feels empowered to steer our proverbial ocean liner away from icebergs, even if that was our intended course initially. So that's my hope, is that we can steer away from icebergs and tweak this plan so that that we're on course, so we can get to our destination, which is a shared destination of healthy communities, sustainable communities, diverse communities.
Mr. Sewell?
Councillor Ellsworth, you characterized this as a sort of a tweak to the current plan, and I just wanted to kind of very simplistically summarize my understanding of what I think, where I think you'd like to go, just to make sure I've got it. If I'm just looking at it from a map perspective, it looked like you were mostly focused on that area with the large MDR section in it. And I believe you're proposing that we would change, that area, that we would change that big MDR designated chunk there to some combination of LDR, VLDR, and commercial designations. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yes. Yeah. When this plan was created, we didn't have the VLDR zone. The VLDR zone allows 15 units per acre, which would largely be townhomes. I think this area could support even lower density, right? Just 2 or 3 shared units in a structure. But yeah, I'm just really interested in diverse housing types. But you categorized it very well. There are some businesses growing in this area, this R1 area. In fact, I know of a business going in there. So I would just ask staff to revisit that and say, should this be a commercial node where this is the old drive-in and there's some, you know, prospering businesses here, I'd just leave it up to staff and say, you know, what would you change with these objectives that Dave Sewell succinctly described?
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or discussion? Well, thank you, Ms. Ellsworth, for this very helpful presentation, and I'm sure this provides good context for us moving forward, even quite immediately, on a few items that we have to consider. All right, well, we'll move on then to our
Do we need a motion to advance this to the staff and put it through their processes?
Help us out here, staff. Is that what we would need?
It would be clearer to Gary and his crew that we want to look at it.
I would make that motion then.
I'll second it.
Mr. Hindley, could you restate the full motion?
The motion is to direct staff to address these concerns and come back with a proposal for us. Does that sound about right? Is that acceptable to you, Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes, or refer it to their processes of going to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Is there any discussion of that motion? Mr. Sewell?
I'm supportive of the relook.
Mr. Harding?
Just a point of clarification. So are we directing them to come back with a proposal that meets this kind of the tweaks that we were talking about, or are we just asking them to revisit the area master plan and make suggested changes or propose changes that they would suggest?
Mr. Chair, if I could, if the proposal is to have staff take back to Planning Commission this portion of that southeast area plan for a relook, discussion, and then ultimately a recommendation back to council, that's great. No problems with that. If it's to take it back to Planning Commission to come back with this plan that you've proposed, or this exact idea that was proposed tonight, we don't need to do that. The council could just, we could just send it on and have it back to council in a short period of time. So but I don't think that's the intent. I think the intent is, if I'm right, that you want staff to take it back to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission ultimately make a recommendation to the council about how this plan should be modified. Is that your motion?
I think that makes the most sense, to just do it in the most formal way. Unless there's strong disagreement from the rest of the council on that. All right, seeing no further discussion, then I will call for a vote on the motion. And I will vote yes, and I will then call upon Mr. Harding.
Yes.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
Evan?
Yes.
Will?
Yes.
Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Okay, that voting was unanimous. All right, we'll move on then to our final item before our break, before the evening meetings, and this is item number 9 on our agenda. This is discussion regarding a lease agreement and a joint development agreement with PEG Development.
We also have one land use item referred from the Planning Commission.
Thank you. I just saw that. I remembered. Sorry, this is a discussion regarding a lease agreement and a joint development agreement with PEG Development. This will be presented by David Walter, Redevelopment Agency Director, and we have 25 minutes for this item.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. This item, as you may remember when we talked about the letter of intent, we informed you that we would be bringing this item back. This is the actual lease agreement now with PEG Development for the redevelopment agency to sign up for a portion of a floor space in their new proposed building. This is necessary for us to do it in order to help PEG obtain the financing required to start the construction and the development of the facility. As part of this process, they are also going to be constructing the parking garage that will be adjacent to this, and which will help us to fulfill our obligation to the county convention center for 350 spaces for a certain period of time during the year. It's the agency's intent and PEG's intent as well is that once this structure is underway and closer to completion, that the agency will never formally occupy the space, will never take possession, but that because people that are looking to expand will now be able to see this and visualize it much better than just looking at the site, which is currently, not being constructed, it's being prepped, but they can visualize themselves in a space much more closely, or much more realistically rather, I should say, when the building is under construction as opposed to just looking at a set of plans. And finally, we think that this is an important step, that this is part of the council's goals to keep the central business district as a vibrant place for not only residential, but for commercial, including office and other uses in the downtown area, as well as help the convention center continue to be a success. The development agreement outlines what they're going to be building there. The lease agreement states that once it is completed, we would occupy the space for a time. There are some tenant improvements that PEG will grant us if we do need to take the space. But again, it's our belief that once the facility is up, and at least under partial construction, potential users will be much more able to visualize themselves occupying that space than they can looking at a currently vacant site. The lease payment for this is expected to come out of the tax increment generated for the project as the development goes up, so that there is going to be no obligation to the city or the agency for payments to that, for that lease space, rather, that these funds will come from the tax increment the project generates with the increase in tax value. Half the site will be, once we transfer it, it'll no longer be owned by the redevelopment agency, and therefore it'll go back on the tax rolls and start generating tax increment very, very quickly. So, does council have any questions so far? Or?
Any questions? I guess, Mr. Fillmore? You're muted.
This is not so much in the nature of a question as it is a comment. And that is that Dave Shipley and I, kind of an ad hoc committee of two, took a hard look at this some time back. And speaking for myself, and I think David would agree, we're quite impressed by the project. We saw it as a benefit to the downtown area. We saw it as a very creative effort on the part of both PEG and our economic development people, particularly with respect to the fact that it will not cost the city anything in direct dollars. David, your thoughts?
I think that's fair. I guess I would defer to Bill on reviewing contracts now at this point, and whether or not the contract actually executes what we had discussed, which was that tax increment would always be the backstop to pay this lease payment, no matter how long it takes for them to find a new tenant, for this space, and that the city would never have an outflow cost associated with this agreement. This is simply to get this project going with the full expectation that we would be absolved of this lease as soon as possible.
Right. So we do have the ability to assign the lease under this. And so, again, this is a matter of getting the financing, with all the changes that have happened in the world with COVID. Capital has been a little more restrictive. We've seen it in a couple of other developments. We had the opportunity to chat in the RDA Executive Committee about the mill race project. That's one of them that was affected by the slightly tighter restrictions on capital that the lenders are putting out there. So they will be not scaling back their project, but they will be breaking it up into more phases so that the lenders don't have as much exposure on one single phase of the development. Similarly, in this case, a lot of the lenders, well, none of the lenders actually were willing to commit to the financing for construction of the project unless there was a definite threshold of space that was pre-leased. And this was the space that are taking a portion of the floor, put PEG over that threshold, and now they're able to get their financing just to commence construction.
Well, and another thing, PEG was successful in securing Brandon Fugel as the broker that will market this property from Colliers, which I think is outstanding. I mean, he's the leading broker in our state for commercial projects. Any project of significance has Brandon's name on it. And I think he was going to try to join the meeting today. I don't know if he did or not, but as I talked to him about the project, he sees this as a key element to Provo becoming the central business district that we've all wanted it to be for years. And I talked to him a little bit about the city's involvement, and he just commented that, it's critical, especially with the market the way it is right now, that the city show its support and get this project started the way we are. And I just thought that was reassuring to hear that from someone other than me.
Yes, in fact, it does look like he is raising his hand, which of course I'm happy to let him speak if he so desires. It might also be an opportunity this evening. So I don't know if maybe it's now, but Mr. Fugel, if you'd like to talk, go ahead. I think you pressed muted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, I appreciate the privilege of presenting to mayor and council and to really address this critical redevelopment project. We haven't seen any Class A office development in over a decade in downtown Provo, and frankly, we haven't seen anything architecturally that reflects kind of the new standard that companies are gravitating to, that we see, that are proliferated throughout Silicon Slopes and Lehigh. And Freedom Commons really gives an opportunity to, I think, pull the center of gravity back to Provo as the central business district of Utah Valley. We've seen for far too long the momentum North County, and it is simply because most of the speculative development between Pleasant Grove and Lehigh has been occurring up in those markets. What PEG has structured here is the right type of mechanism to allow groundbreaking to occur and to get vertical with this project and be able to deliver a clear path to occupancy for office tenants. The biggest challenge we have in the office development sector is the fact that most office tenants aren't really looking 12 to 24 months in advance. They all want to have delivery within a 4 to 6 month window, necessitating development to be underway and more of a build it and they will come attitude. I will say though, with office vacancy in the Class A sector in single digits this year, finishing with remarkable positive absorption, especially given the fact that we've been surviving a global pandemic and all of the other factors that weigh in a positive way, I think this is a good time to revitalize downtown Provo and really create a true business address setting, and Freedom Commons really delivers that. It would be my intention to see this temporary lease terminated, not assigned, but really terminated in favor of a new long-term lease with a credit tenant who would take one or more floors of the building. Right now, we're working with probably about 10 prospects that that have expressed interest, and we'll be continuing that dialogue after the first of the year as this project breaks ground.
Thank you, Mr. Fugel. I see Mr. Hanson also has his hand raised if he would like to make a comment.
He may be muted. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Maybe *6 might get him unmuted. I can't. Looks like he dropped.
You told him *6. You didn't tell him to hang up.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is Matt Hansen and Rob Fetzer at PEG, and we don't really need to add anything, I think, to what Brandon has said. We just wanted to be available if there were any questions for us. We appreciate the comments that have already been made.
And just express our gratitude to the city for being a good partner and helping us get this off the ground. We really do recognize and appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Harding, go ahead.
Thank you. I think there's 3 quick things. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. This is pretty much what we've previously agreed to, at least in principle, and now we've got the legal documents in front of us. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second, just make sure I understand this correctly. Through tax increment financing, we've agreed to refund some of the property taxes that they'll be paying, and so now this agreement is we're basically saying that we'll sign on as a potential leasee of the property, but if it ever comes to that, then we'll just redirect some of the money we were redirecting back to them to pay for that that lease. Is
really what how the agreement is structured is we're committed to the space that we've talked about before, but PEG has agreed with us that the rent that will be assessed for that square footage will be paid through the increment and not by Provo City. So we have no financial obligation. So it's not a matter of, we pay them one and they give it back and we pay them another way. It's, we don't have a rent obligation. That rent obligation will pay through the tax increment that they receive when they receive it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So that's helpful clarification. And then finally, and perhaps we'll need to talk about this more offline, but with the parking component of this, we have the council has passed a policy that we want to move towards the city providing, managing, and ensuring sufficient parking for people downtown, for the business interests downtown. We've potentially talked about taking over management of some other garages, just in kind of broad policy. With this new parking garage that's going in, and I believe there's some substantial public money invested in that. Is that who will manage that? How will that asset be?
That would be managed by PEG. PEG would own and operate or a subsidiary of PEG would own and operate the garage.
But with that, they are either taking on our obligation to the conference center.
They will meet the obligation with the county for the convention center for the 350 spaces.
Okay, and so that's no longer a city obligation. That's now a PEG obligation.
Right.
Okay.
That was the intent of the settlement agreement back in 2018. So this is in furtherance of that.
Thank you.
All right, we will be revisiting this item this evening. Are there any other questions or discussions of this item? All right. Well, thank you very much. We will come back again to that later tonight. We appreciate all the work that's gone in to making this get to this stage. We'll now turn to item number 10.
Thank you.
Which is an item referred from Planning Commission, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 8.5 acres generally located at 1724 South State Street from CM, RA, R16, R110, and A15 to the MDR zone. This is in the Spring Creek neighborhood, and this will be presented by Brandon Larson, our city planner.
Yes, thank you, Chair Handley. Hannah, could you move it down to, I'll go down to slide, I think 7 might be a good one. There we go, that works. So this property is on South State, about 1700 South State, 8.5 acres. And there is quite a multitude of this property is made up of 14 parcels, and there are several different zoning designations for these parcels, ranging from heavy commercial to R1 zoning. So the applicant's asking for that zoning to to be rezoned to the property to be rezoned to the MDR zone to facilitate 204 unit development. There'd be 81 bedroom apartments, 68 2-bedroom apartments, and 30 townhomes and 30 studio apartments. And if you, Hannah, if you go down one, I think yeah, so there you can see the location of the townhomes. 7 buildings, 30 townhomes with, so these are 4-story structures. You'll have a studio apartment on top. If you can go down one, it'll show us the location. If you go down one more slide, it'll show us the location of the 2-bedroom apartments. And then if you can go one more, we'll see the 1-bedroom apartments. So the applicant has worked with staff for well over a year on this. They've tried to work within the framework of the plan. We feel like this is a good use for the property. We recognize the number of approved units in the area, but we feel like, again, they're following the plan, and we do feel like this is a good use for the property. We only have just a couple minutes on this, so I won't dive too much more into that. I have quite a bit more for you later tonight, and don't know if you have any questions for me now.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any questions? Mr. Harding?
Yeah, I noticed that on our agenda tonight, there's a rezone that's very near to the one that we're looking at.
Yes.
Are we going to be asked? Are we? I guess are we going to talk about that one in the work meeting, or are we just going to address it when we get to the council meeting tonight?
That item's been continued.
Yeah, that item. Yeah, that item was continued.
Oh, that item was continued. Okay, thank you.
I think that was relatively recent news. It got onto the chair's notes, so I don't know if anyone else was aware of that. Ms. Ellsworth, and then Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, Brandon, can you go down a couple of slides to where there was like a broader concept plan? Do you know what I'm talking about? They penciled in some commercial uses.
Hannah, that's towards the bottom of the slide deck. It's probably about 5 slides from the bottom. If you'll keep going beyond that, yeah, it's just above there.
This
yep,
one.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, I just don't know. I can't tell. I wonder though, if the Planning Commission, when they saw this, misunderstood that this is not part of the development. Because when I was listening, I thought I heard a planning commissioner say, oh yeah, I'd like this in my area. And I had the property owner call me yesterday who owns this part down here where the pencil is and said, that's my property. I don't know why they're doing planning for my property and selling the city on my property being commercial. So that was really concerning to me. I'll just bring that up here instead of tonight. But yeah, I'm really concerned that that story was not articulated exactly the way I heard it from the owner of this area. So
yeah, that's interesting because I spoke to the owner a day or two ago, and also I clarified that with them, I think, on Monday. So
yeah, and I just don't know if he saw the planning commission meeting. I think he did. He probably thought that this was being portrayed as part of the northern development when it's not, nor does he have this intent in mind. So I feel like he was misrepresented, and perhaps the planning commission misunderstood what this would become or could become or what the owner's intentions were.
yeah, if I recall, I think in the meeting there may have been a little bit of discussion on that towards the end of the meeting, but I think we were clear to point out that this was just for the 8.5 acres that was on the concept plan. This property would have had to, we would have had to renotice this application and to be able to even consider any approvals on this one. So there's certainly no intent, to try to make it otherwise. So to communicate anything otherwise than that.
It might just be confusing that this was presented as the applicant's commercial concept plan. So hopefully in the future, we wouldn't associate other people's properties with this, detailed of development where it's not representative of the owner's desires. Yeah. Anyways, that's one of my concerns, but I'll reserve the rest.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, kind of as a follow-up to Mr. Harding's comment, that the other issue is not going to, that's been continued, but it kind of was unclear to me when I was reviewing the deck today whether or not there's some connection between these two other than, maybe common ownership or common developer, because it seemed like right-of-ways or something might have been needed from the other issue to help support this project. I just want to make sure this project is a standalone, didn't require anything of that other issue that we were going to address.
This is a standalone development. The only thing that I'm aware of that would be shared is the driveway into the coming off of 1724 South. It's the main entrance into the school there, the Treeside Charter School. That would be shared. There is no parking that would be shared. The applicant has provided sufficient parking to meet the requirements of the ordinance. So the other thing I guess I would note on that is the applicant, and I think the applicant, well, I'll say that the applicant has provided a cross-access easement for the property. I think they need to provide something that kind of clarifies. When I read the cross-access easement, it was a little vague on its applicabilities, but nonetheless, they have provided a document to suggest they do have some access to that property.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, quick question. Do we have access to the slide deck that's on screen right now? Is that in our document packet?
I don't.
Okay.
There were 2 slides that were added just this morning that you have not yet viewed that are not part of the published version. The published version is a little bit older, but it has all the slides we've seen so far.
Okay. Hannah, if you can help me find that, I've been clicking through and I haven't been able to find it yet. But anyway, thank you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to comment on the parking. So I read the cross parking easement or cross access easement, whatever we call it. And it does pretty clearly state, at least from my perspective, that the apartments that are going in would be able to utilize the parking of the school. So I think we need some clarification on that. because as I read it, it was pretty clear. Also, do we have any concerns about those apartment buildings utilizing the school's driveway? Now, I know we'll call it the school's driveway. The school claims to have exclusive access or rights to the driveway. Obviously, we're not attorneys or a judge, so that'll have to be determined, I think, at a later point. But
we do have an attorney.
Yeah, we do have an attorney.
Well, you do have an attorney, but you have an attorney who hasn't seen any of the documents.
Right. We're not the attorneys involved in the case. How about that? Assuming the school is staying there, is there any other way for for people to access the apartments than have to go through the school driveway? Because I just see that as being an issue long term. Supposedly, school isn't in session right now. In-person school isn't in session right now until January, so I couldn't go and drive it and watch. But supposedly, traffic starts backing up at 8:15 in the morning, and then again around 3 o'clock or 3:30, something like that, when school is going in and out. And I just envision those residents getting really frustrated and the school getting really frustrated, with access and such. So is that a concern? Is there any other way for people at the southern apartments that are in there to get access, or are they going to have to share that driveway?
Yeah, I think you're right on as far as the southern parcel would have to access through that driveway. I'm not aware of another way for them. Certainly the northern property, if 1640 north or 1640 south rather were further developed, that can certainly provide access for them. But yeah, the southern property, unless there's some other development or rather some type of access developed further on the south, yeah, there isn't. There wouldn't be another way to get in.
Okay, thanks.
We will of course have this item later this evening and have opportunity for further discussions. So there are no other questions for Mr. Larson. Then we will finish up our meeting here. Right? We're done. And a closed session has not been requested. So if there is no objection, then we will adjourn our work session this afternoon, and we will begin our evening council meeting at 5:30. Thank you all, and we'll see you in a little over an hour.